It was the summer after graduation, and Jennifer was up late packing for a camping trip with her friends. She had the window open as she sat there folding clothes when she suddenly saw a hand coming through the gap in the screen of her window. Jennifer screamed and the hand flew back. She was stunned, but it could have just been her younger brother pranking her. She got up and looked out the window and saw the figure of a man staring back at her. Jennifer ran into her brother's room but saw him there, playing video games. They called the police, who came and searched the area, but they found nothing. Officers warned her and her parents to lock the windows and doors, but the mother had a feeling that he would come back, and as it turns out, Mother's intuition was right. She went outside and waited in the back porch, and after 20 minutes, she saw a man dressed in black in their backyard. He hid behind a tree and slowly worked his way towards Jennifer's window. The mother yelled something to the stranger and he took off running. Police came back out and again found no trace of him. Jennifer never opened that window again, not even the curtains. Her parents installed some motion detecting lights and that seemed to be the end of that. About 6 months later, Jennifer and her friend got an apartment downtown together, excited as this was their first place outside of home and they were finally living in the city. The downside was that it was street parking only, and after a few weeks, Jennifer's car was broken into. Oddly enough, nothing was taken, but a single rose was sat on the passenger seat. This creeped her out for sure, but she vowed to be vigilant and safe. She always tried to park close to the entrance near the lights, but it was often difficult to get those spots and she would have to park farther away. Things quickly began escalating at this point. Jennifer's car was broken into at least once a week. Most of the time, a flower was left. But once, a pair of men's underwear was there instead. And even more strangely, a bag of Tootsie Rolls, weird because it was her favorite candy. This made Jennifer wonder if the person knew her personally, and she started to become suspicious of everyone. There was a laundry machine in the basement of the apartment, and one day, Jennifer went down to get a load that finished drying. As she started to fold, she realized that all her bras and panties were gone. By the time the first letter arrived, she had already started making plans to move elsewhere. The letter described a love for her that had been going on for years. He noted things that proved he had been watching Jennifer closely. Not long after, Jennifer was able to arrange for another friend to take over her lease, and she moved in with a new friend on the other side of the city. It was a secured building and had an underground parking garage that was only accessible to tenants. She felt more secure, and the extra money spent was well worth the peace of mind. Things were quiet for a few months, and then her roommate got a boyfriend. There was something odd about Ashley's new boyfriend, and her friends were wary of him from the very beginning. For one, he reached out to her. Another reason was that Matt was very good looking, and while Ashley was a wonderful person, she wasn't the type you would typically expect someone like him to date. Ashley was thrilled. She never had a boyfriend and really felt like he was her Prince Charming. Jennifer, however, thought he was weird and creepy the moment they met. She had deleted her Facebook account when the initial stalking began, but created a dummy account to learn more about Matt. It didn't look like he really knew any of his friends in real life. There were only pictures of himself, and the rest of the information was vague. Jennifer and her friends gently tried to discourage Ashley from seeing Matt. He technically hadn't done anything wrong, but he was just so strange. She would immediately get defensive and would shut the conversation down. Matt started to spend more time at the apartment, and Jennifer found herself finding any excuse to avoid coming home. One day she came back home from work and found Matt on the couch, alone, drinking a beer. Ashley had been called into work and she told her that he could just hang out. Jennifer had no desire to spend any time with him, so she grabbed the beer and a snack and headed off to her room and shut the door. About 30 minutes or so, he knocked on Jennifer's door and suggested they watch some TV and get to know each other better because they both loved Ashley. Not wanting to engage in conversation, Jennifer focused on the movie. But at one point, she glanced over to Matt, and he was staring at her with a smile on his face. Jennifer snapped at him and said, "What?" as he just continued to smile and said, "I just can't believe it." "Believed what?" He said nothing and went back to watching the movie. She had no idea what he was talking about, but the interaction had every hair standing up on her body. She excused herself and locked the door to her room. Another month or so went on, and Jennifer had managed to avoid being home for much beyond sleeping and showering. Matt practically lived there and had even brought a bunch of his things into Ashley's room. Jennifer didn't want to move again, but was beginning to look for other options. On Ashley and Matt's 6-month anniversary, there was a huge bouquet of flowers on the table and an already opened card propped up next to it. Jennifer was curious, so she opened the card and her heart started beating through her chest. Without even reading the words Matt wrote, the handwriting was exactly the same as the one her stalker had sent. Jennifer had kept them as evidence and dug them out of her desk for comparison. The handwriting was unique and identical. Matt was the stalker. Jennifer called the police, and as they were on their way, she called Ashley and asked her to come over, terrified to tell her the truth because she knew that her heart would be shattered. The police took a statement from Jennifer and went to Ashley's work to get more information from her and ended up breaking the news. Apparently, Ashley called Matt after and left a furious message even though the cops told her not to say anything, and he completely disappeared after that. There was no Matt or anyone matching his resemblance at the place he said he worked. Ashley had never been to his apartment because he said he would be staying with his friends while trying to save money for a trip to Europe. His family lived out of state, and she said that she had never met a friend of his because he said they had a falling out because he was choosing to spend so much time with her. It was all lies, and in the end, she was dating a stranger. For all they knew, Matt may not have even been his real name. He had left the duffel bag in the apartment that was full of gym clothes, but in one compartment, there were about 10 pictures of Jennifer. All were taken from far away with the exception of one of her sleeping. The sheets were current, so it had to have been at the current apartment before she started locking her bedroom door. A few pictures dated back to before the incident at her parents' house, which was further evidence that it was him as well. 2 pairs of missing underwear were there, and Jennifer shudders to think of what he did with the rest. There was also a Starbucks lid with her red lipstick marks, and a necklace she hadn't even noticed she was missing. The police never tracked him down. Jennifer accepted an opportunity overseas and got out of there. But ever since then, Jennifer deleted all her social media accounts. She became very low profile, looks over her shoulder wherever she goes, as part of her continues to worry if Matt will ever resurface again. A week before Kim's 10th birthday, she walked to the corner store with a $5 bill and picked up a jar of ragu for her mom. On her way home, a man she'd never seen before began talking. "Hi," he said cheerfully. "My name is Dr. Ramsey. I'm a pediatrician. Do you know what a pediatrician is?" Kim walked along silently, not replying and fervently hoping he would take that as a sign he should leave her alone. "I was just on my way to get some lollipops for the candy jar in my office. What's your name?" Thankfully, they were nearing her house, so she ran forward and went inside. Kim didn't know it then, but that was the beginning of a very long and very scary ordeal. It didn't take long after that for Dr. Ramsey to begin showing up. He would drive by nearly every day, smiling and waving. Kim told her mom, who said maybe it was on his way home from work, but then the phone calls began. Kim's dad asked about the day Dr. Ramsey followed her home, and if she talked to him. He said she wasn't in trouble, but that she needed to tell him the truth. Kim told him no, and he asked if she was sure or if she could be forgetting something. She said no again, and he frowned, then asked, "Then how does he know your name?" Kim didn't know. It turns out that was not all he knew. He knew her sister's name as well. Neither Kim nor her sister were allowed to answer the phone, and he called several times a day. Then one night, one of Kim's brothers told them that he was telling their parents that he was going to hurt her and later her sister. Things got complicated after that. Kim's dad called the police, but as this was before there were any stalking laws, there was not a lot they could do. They told the parents to call back if he tried anything. Kim's dad then called a friend of his who happened to be a cop. For the next month, her dad's friend escorted her to and from school. She couldn't go outside alone anymore. Then one afternoon, all the siblings and their mom were in the kitchen, when all of a sudden one of the brothers saw a glimpse of someone in the garage. Dr. Ramsey came bolting out of it and the brother chased after him. They ran all the way to Cherokee Park where he lost him in the trees. Kim's parents called the police again, but nothing came out of it. The only information they had was a description and a name that was almost certainly fake. A couple weeks later, the family woke up to something horrific happen to their German Shepherd. The cops said there was no evidence it was him and ruled it accidental, but none of them believed that. His phone calls became more informative in the meantime. That night, the dad put in some carpenter nails in the bottom of the French doors until he got a new lock ordered. Her parents had to go to a company event for her dad's work, and the older brother was at a skating event, so only the 3 younger ones were home. Suddenly, the top of the French door swung inward, and in the few milliseconds before the nails in the bottom caused them to snap back, Kim could see his silhouette. The sisters crept down to the brother's room to look. Someone was standing at the back door, knocking loudly. "What do you want?" she said. "Is this the Mercy residence? I have a pizza for delivery." She scoffed at him, declaring she was not stupid and she was calling the cops. Before they knew it, he left. A short while later, her brother returned home. Kim told him what happened and he walked around the yard watching for him. By now, the family had pretty much given up calling the cops because it never helped. As the younger brother was in the kitchen, he had this sensation that he was being watched. He stepped closer, then closer again until he was right up to the door. There on the other side of the window was Dr. Ramsey smiling back at him. He turned to yell for his older brother, but when he looked back again, he was gone. They went out again to look for him but didn't see him anywhere. A week later, Kim was at school and the kids were outside on the playground during recess. She was swinging upside down when she saw that familiar blue car cruising by, moving slowly. There he was, smiling and waving. He called her name and Kim ran to the teacher and told her. The school had been told all about him and the teacher took her inside right away and called Kim's mom. That same day, her mom had gotten a call from the school office asking her to verify that Kim's dad was picking her up, as he called to say that he was on his way. He wasn't. Not long after that, Kim woke up one night thirsty. She went down to the kitchen for a drink, and there, sitting alone in the dark, was her dad. On the table was a gun. He was tired of being afraid every time he left for work that something would happen to his kids while he was gone. Kim sat with him for a time, watching, before he sent her back to bed. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. He had vanished from their lives. The phone calls, the drive-by and creepy waves, everything. For a long time during and after the Dr. Ramsey incident, she would have a recurring nightmare in which she would wake up to find him standing over her as she slept. It took a long time before Kim felt like a kid again. She still wonders if the wait had ended for her dad when he was waiting in the darkened kitchen that one night. Kim doesn't know, and she's not sure that she wants to. When Lacey was 20 years old, she worked as a delivery girl for a pretty popular pizzeria in her area. Initially, she worked the late morning to mid-afternoon shift, but when the guy who delivered the night shift ended up getting fired due to him losing his license because of a DUI, she was placed on the night shift instead. Lacey really didn't want this shift because you never know if people who order late at night actually want a pizza or if they have other intentions in mind. Unfortunately, her boss essentially told her if she wasn't willing to work the night shift, she was fired. Lacey wasn't exactly in a position to be out of work, so she reluctantly worked the shift. The first month went by without any issues. That was until she had to deliver a pizza to a house that just barely made it to their delivery radius. Lacey put the address in the GPS and the house was located in a pretty suburban part of the city. She arrived at about 11 p.m. The block was extremely quiet, decently lit, and mostly littered with modern townhouses. But the house she delivered to was a duplex. Lacey rings the doorbell and waits for about 30 seconds. No answer. She rings it again and waits for another 30 seconds. Still no answer. She's standing there getting pretty nervous that something's about to go down, but thankfully a man opens the door. He looked like he was in his late 40s. Lacey tells him his pizza's here and he just stands there, staring at her. She asked him if he was okay and he responded by saying, "Yeah, I'm fine, sorry. I got off work not too long ago and I'm zoning out a bit." He hands her the money and she hands him the pizza, and as she's making change, he says, "You're really beautiful, you know that?" Not really thinking too much into it, Lacey thanked him for the compliment and gave him his change. She walked back to her car and finished the remaining deliveries for the night. A few days later, Lacey gets a delivery order from the same place. She heads over there around the same time as before and rings the doorbell. He answered the door very excitedly and said, "Hey, it's you again. How are you?" Lacey told him she was tired and can't wait to go home, to which he chuckled and said, "I know that feeling pretty well." As he's counting his money, he asks what her name is. Being tired at this point and not really thinking, she stupidly tells him her name. As Lacey was making change, he asks if he could have her number as he'd love to hang out with someone as gorgeous as she is. Lacey's just standing there awkwardly for a few seconds before she said, "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." He gets upset and says, "Oh, okay. I see." They stand there in silence before she tells him to have a good night and walks back to her car. He says nothing and still stands at the doorway staring at Lacey until he finally went back inside once she started the car. There was a pretty creepy vibe from this guy, and she even brought it up to her co-workers and they also agreed it was creepy. Except for her boss, who overheard everything and claimed Lacey was making up stories to try to gain sympathy for having to take the night shift. A week later, there's an order from the same guy, and this is when it hits the fan. Lacey arrived at the house at around 10:30 p.m. As she's approaching the door, it quickly swings open to reveal the man, except this time he was wearing a suit. "Sorry if I scared you. I saw you out the window and figured I'd just open the door now so that you wouldn't have to ring the bell." Lacey was getting scared because there were no lights in the house, so he was sitting in the dark this entire time? And if so, why? He asked if she liked his suit, to which Lacey said yes. He then asks, "Would you like to go on a date with me tonight?" She once again tells him that she has a boyfriend, to which he chuckles and gets close to her and says, "There's no way a girl your age is in a serious relationship. If you go on a date with me, I'll show you how a real man treats a girl." He grabs the pizza box from her, throws it to the side, and grabs her by the arms. Lacey's officially losing her mind at this point and trying not to cry from the fear that was overwhelming her. She starts pleading with him, "Dude, please, I just want to go home. I don't want to go on a date." He just stares at her with the most sinister look and says, "I don't care. Get inside now. We're gonna have a good time." He starts trying to pull Lacey into the house and she's resisting as much as she can. After a bit of struggling, he lets go of one of her arms and starts grabbing something out of his pocket, which she presumed was a knife. Lacey used her free arm to punch him as hard as she could in the stomach. She quickly runs to the car, and as she gets in, he chases after her and tries pulling Lacey out of the car, holding the knife in the other arm, and yells, "Why are you making this so difficult?" She grabs her soda bottle from the cup holder and throws it at him, luckily hitting his head, causing him to let go. She slams the door, and then all of a sudden he jumps right on the hood of the car and starts scratching and banging on the windshield. Lacey put the car in reverse and quickly backs out of the spot and reverses down the road, with him desperately trying to hold on. He's banging on the hood, screaming, "Stop the car!" She turns onto the next road as swiftly as possible, and luckily he falls off the hood. Lacey slammed the gas to get as far away as she could from that disgusting man. In her panic state, she drove a couple blocks down the street and kept making turn after turn onto other side blocks as Lacey feared that she was being followed. Eventually, Lacey reached the red light and slammed on the brakes and just sat there at the intersection, frozen from what just happened. She began crying and violently shaking. It dawned on her that she came so close to losing her life. Once the light turned green, she pulled over to the side and just sat there crying. Eventually, Lacey gets the energy to drive back to the pizzeria, and almost immediately after she walks in, her co-worker knew something was wrong. She practically broke down in front of him and explained everything that happened. Lacey's boss even began apologizing profusely for what had just happened and for putting her on a night shift. He took her into the office and handed her the phone to call the cops. They arrive at the store and Lacey gives them their statement, as well as taking pictures of any marks on herself as well as the scratches on the car from the encounter as evidence. Lacey drove home that night and collapsed on the bed and, strangely enough, managed to fall asleep. She quit her job the next day, and luckily a friend of hers managed to help her get a new job at a clothing store. As far as the cycle goes, 2 days later, Lacey received an update from the police. The entire duplex was owned by the guy's brother who lived on the left side with his wife, and the man lived on the right side of the duplex. She learned that he had been in and out of jail constantly, at first for robberies and assaults, but later on it was for other crimes involving a minor. He had been released from jail about 5 months before this encounter. When they arrived at the house, he was long gone and his family had no idea where he ran off to. But the police insisted they would find him. And indeed, they did, albeit not alive. She spent the next 2 months in fear that he would find her and finish what he had in mind, but the police contacted Lacey and updated her on the case. Apparently, he fled to another city nearby and attempted to kidnap a teenager walking alone on the street. Luckily, someone was there at the right time and they were able to call the police, and the police caught him. He manages to flee and the police chase after him. He blew a red light near a busy boulevard and the van slammed right into the driver's side of his car. By some sort of miracle, the driver of the van only sustained minor injuries while the psycho succumbed to his wounds long before the ambulance even arrived. Lacey thanked the officers for everything they did and for informing her, and she walked out of the station. Lacey walks down the street and is taking in everything she had just been told. She doesn't wish death upon anyone, but after hearing about him dying, there was a feeling of relief. She was relieved that he couldn't hurt anyone anymore and would never have to encounter him ever again. Who knows what would have happened to Lacey if he managed to pull her into the house that one delivery night. Max was a new college transfer student looking to rent out a room on Craigslist. Fortunately, he found a nice 2-bedroom apartment for cheap rent and close to campus, so it was the ideal spot. The girl who lived there was named Beth and she was 29. She was tall with jet black hair and wore pale makeup. She seemed nice, although a little quiet, but she decided to let Max move in. During their first night living together, both of them went out for pizza, and that's when Max could tell there was something a little bit off with Beth. Throughout dinner, she kept telling him how much he looks like Shia LaBeouf. Max didn't know what to say, so he just shrugged it off with a thanks, even though he looks nothing like him. When they got back home, Beth asked if he wanted to see her room. Her walls were covered in posters of Shia LaBeouf. She even had printed out photos of him all over her mirror. She owned all his movies, and Max didn't know what to make out of it. The entire night, Beth had been saying how much he looks like him, and now it's obvious that she's obsessed with the guy. A few weeks passed, and they never really saw each other that much. Beth would come home from work and practically run into her room and spend the whole night there. She had this creepy, high-pitched giggle, and Max would hear her giggling through the walls all night. What the hell could she possibly be doing? Occasionally, Beth would come out and talk for like 2 minutes, and she would always be slurring her words, so Max suspected that she was drinking a lot. Sometimes Beth wouldn't say anything, and she would just stand in the hallway and watch him in the living room. Max would turn around to see her and say, "Hello, Beth." And then there would be this long, awkward pause while she gave out her creepy, high-pitched giggle. It was uncomfortable being around Beth, and she gave him the chills. One night, Max woke up at around 2 a.m. because he heard what sounded like the front door being unlocked. He came out of his bedroom and all the lights were off, but he could still see Beth standing at the front door. She had her face against it, and she was turning the lock back and forth over and over again. And every time she turned the bolt, she mumbled Max's name. Max Barker, Max Barker, Max Barker. Seeing her standing in the dark mumbling his name really freaked Max out, and it doesn't help that she kind of looks like the bigger version of the girl from The Ring. Max quietly went back to his room and tried to sleep but couldn't and just stayed up the entire night. Another night, he was watching Gladiator and she stumbled out of her room and turned on the living room light, which forced him to pause the movie. She then asked if Max wanted to hear about her ex-boyfriend. It was so random and sudden, but he just said sure and then awkwardly sat back to listen to her. 10 minutes into her story and she was so riled up. She was screaming at the top of her lungs about their breakup. Max was worried that the neighbors were going to call the cops and she wasn't listening when Max was asking her to lower the volume. Amidst all of her screaming, one thing she said really freaked him out. She was in such a fit and yelled, "I'll slit his throat." Suddenly, Max had no idea what this girl was capable of. She was practically a stranger and everything he had seen was becoming alarmingly disturbing. After a few more minutes, she told him thanks for listening and she started doing her giggle again. Max got out of there pretty fast and he had a pretty unsettled feeling about being in the house with her, and what's worse was that there was no lock on his bedroom door. He pushed the edge of his dresser in front of it to act as a little barricade. Max woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of his dresser scraping against the floor. Beth was pushing the door open. He turned on the light, shouting at her to stop, and he could see her through the opening of the door. She was so drunk and had this insane look in her eyes. Max yelled at her to go to bed. He could hear her walk back to her room, and once again, there was no way he was able to fall back asleep. The next morning, when Max went out into the hallway, his heart dropped. He saw one of her steak knives on the floor by his door. All he could think about was how she was saying she would slit that guy's throat. Max confronted her about it, and she said she doesn't remember trying to push his door open. She says she doesn't even remember telling him about her ex. Max had enough. His lease was month to month, so he found a new spot and moved out. Not long after, Beth contacted him again. Max was at the movies, and when he turned on his phone, to his shock, he received over 40 text messages that she had sent him over the past 2 hours. They were all just insane texts that ranged from everything between "Hi, how are you?" to "I hate you." Max never responded, and he never heard from Beth again. However, he always wondered if he hadn't set his dresser in front of his door that night, would she have quietly come into his room and slit his throat? On one Friday afternoon, I got a call from my friend Sarah asking if I wanted to meet her and another friend Lisa at Dunkin' Donuts, as we hadn't seen one another in a long time. I got there after a 15-minute walk and found them sitting together, so I joined them. As we were chatting, I noticed that my sister Elena was sat at a table in the corner of the room with her friend Jess. I excused myself from the table and went over to my sister. Immediately, Elena whispered to me,
"Don't look now, but the guy in the blue shirt, I think he's been following Jess and I."
She told me that he's passed their table a good 5 times in the past 20 minutes to go to the bathroom, but he walks slower every time he passes them. I told them they were most likely being paranoid and there was nothing to worry about, but for their peace of mind, I offered to leave with them so they wouldn't feel as worried. I walked back to my table and explained the situation to Sarah and Lisa. Both of them laughed it off and assumed my sister was being paranoid as well. Literally about a minute later, I saw the man get up from his seat and walk towards the bathroom. My eyes followed him, and sure enough, he walked extremely slow past Elena and Jess. In fact, it was almost comical how obviously slow he became. Both Elena and Jess looked in my direction, and I nodded to show that I had seen him walk slower. About 5 minutes later, I walked towards the restroom and I passed Elena and Jess and told them I was ready to leave whenever they were. They both agreed that they wanted to go now, so I said we could leave after I finished going to the restroom. Elena had come in her car, so she was going to give me a lift back. I was walking down the corridor back into the main eating room when Elena and Jess rushed towards me. I asked them what's going on, and they explained that another man had joined the strange creeper and that the men were both pointing and staring at them. We walked back to the eating area. I put my money on our table and explained to Lisa and Sarah that I was taking off and I would explain what was going on when I got home. We all got into Elena's car and left. After a 2-minute drive, we reached my house. Just then, I remembered that I had been meaning to return something I had borrowed from my mother, so I asked if Elena could drive me to my parents' house as she was going there anyways. I jumped out the car to get what I needed when my phone began to ring. It was Elena. She explained that a car had driven past and had pulled into a driveway. She said that the driver was the creep from Dunkin' Donuts. I looked out my window and sure enough there was a car which didn't belong to the owner of the house parked on their driveway. I got the girls into the house and locked the door. I instructed Elena to take a photo of the car and the license plate and told Jess to call 911 as she would give the operator more information than what I could. Elena took the photos and we sort of gathered around Jess as she was speaking to the operator. She had finished telling the story and I heard the operator assure us that the police would be on their house soon. A few minutes passed and there was a loud knock at the front door followed by a voice shouting, "It's the police!" We all did a sigh of relief as I went to open the door. Jess told the operator that the police were here and she hung up. Definitely something she shouldn't have done. I was in the process of unlocking the door when I thought to look through the spy hole at the top. I peered through and it wasn't a police officer. It was the same guy. I froze in fear and I didn't know what to say. "We didn't call the police!" Elena and Jess were both confused as to why I said this. "You have the wrong address!" I informed the girls that it was the creep at the door and not a police officer. Both were rightfully shocked and extremely scared, as was I. "We had a call, sir!" I was about to tell Jess to call the police again until I heard the sirens. "Sir, you have to let me in!" I heard the police pull up and some commotion outside. This time an actual police officer knocked on the door and I let him in. The police officers took the man into custody while another police officer took Elena and Jess into the dining room for some brief questioning. The man was found with a kitchen knife and some other weapons in the car. Everyone was relieved and thankful the police arrived on time. Who knows what could have happened if I didn't look through the spy hole first and accidentally let that man in our house. Back when Sarah was 17, she worked at a small local bakery. There were less than 15 employees spread across all the night and day shifts, so they only had a few people working during the day. One of these people was Dave, the delivery driver. From the first time they met, Dave immediately gave Sarah an off vibe. He was in his mid-50s and way too friendly to a teenage girl. But the boss told her that yes, he could be annoying, but no one worked harder than he did, so just ignore his antics. Sarah then recalled that when she signed the paperwork, they never asked her to submit a background check, and in hindsight, that should have been red flag number 2. Over the course of the year or so that she worked with Dave, Sarah tried very hard to ignore him. He was rarely outright creepy, but he was always just a bit too friendly. He would stick around long after his shift was over to talk to her and another pastry chef. He always wanted to lick the bowl after she finished making Rice Krispie treats. He would always stand in front of the racks or equipments or ingredients just enough that sometimes her hand would brush him while reaching for something. Dave always stood just a little too close. Dave was constantly asking Sarah about her life, what she liked, what she did for fun, if she had a boyfriend. Almost daily, he would tell her how a nice girl like her should have a boyfriend, how maybe a boyfriend would be good for her. Sarah let this slide because sometimes older people can say things that were meant differently in their time. But then it was the concert invites. Every other week he had tickets to one concert or another. Once he figured out Sarah's favorite genre of music, it was almost exclusively tickets to bands she desperately wanted to see. But she also knew that she should not go anywhere with him. Then her birthday came. He bought her a t-shirt and it was 2 sizes too small. He told her to try it on after work and text him a photo, and proceeded to give Sarah his phone number. He didn't ask for her number. She said no. He asked the other pastry chef for her number, but she had her back and refused as well. He also brought 2 tickets from another band that Sarah had been wanting to see. VIP section, 21 plus only. He said he could get her in. She just had to go with him and him alone. This continued for a while. Sarah brought it up to one of her bosses, but they laughed it off as, oh, classic Dave. When he wanted a hug on his birthday and hugged her without consent, there's Dave for you. Offering to get her booze or pot, oh, Dave, you scamp. When he pulled up his shirt and showed his abdominal scar from a snowboarding accident, well, that's just Dave. No respect for boundaries. But he was a good worker. Sarah even considered having one of her big strong male friends come in under the guise of being her boyfriend just to placate Dave. She was repulsed by him, but he hadn't really done anything to classify himself as a predator. Besides asking for her number, he had never tried to straight up harass her, and besides the odd hug or two that she was too shy and afraid to refuse, he hadn't gotten super physical. Then one day, Dave was gone. His name disappeared from the employee roster. Sarah's boss asked to see her in the office. She informed her that Dave was no longer employed at their business. Dave had been fired. He was fired because Dave was a convicted sex offender. There is one count kidnapping a minor from the mid-90s and another count that she doesn't want to think about. They had never background checked him, and when they contacted a friend in the police department, they found out that Dave had been lying on lots of paperwork, hiding the fact that he was a convicted felon and not notifying anyone when he moved. Once they brought this information to the police department's attention, they had a few more charges to add. They found out because apparently he had been stalking and harassing one of the clients he delivered to. After his termination, Dave showed up to work one day. He had a weapon with him, but Sarah never found out what he had. They told him to leave or the police would be called, and he ended up leaving in handcuffs. Sarah was extremely relieved that she wasn't there that day. It's been a while since she worked at the bakery, but sometimes she still thinks about how badly things could have gotten had she gone to even one of those concerts with him. Leah was a teenager living in New York. She was a competitive athlete in high school, and with recruiting season a year away, she was under tremendous pressure to perform well in her sport as well as in the classroom. She was struggling to keep up with calculus at the time, so her mother suggested that she get a tutor. Leah had been going to him regularly, probably 3 times a week for a month, before she met Josh. Josh had the tutoring session after, and they would cross paths every week. It had never been more than a glance and a smile, as she was incredibly shy and terrified of boys. One day, her tutor had to change his schedule and decided to book them together. Leah was shocked and delighted when Josh started chatting with her afterwards and asked for her phone number. Eventually, they both began dating. Josh went to a Catholic school in another town, but because he lived in the same town as Leah did, he took the bus every morning from her school to his. This gave them most mornings together, and he was able to meet Leah's friends. She was a little taken aback when they didn't seem to like him. Leah realized that she's been spending less time with them and assumed they were just jealous that she had a boyfriend. As time went on, things got more serious in the relationship. And that's when things began to change. While they always talked regularly, Josh started getting over the top about staying in contact with Leah. He would make her stay on the phone with him all hours of the night until eventually her mom started taking her phone away before she went to sleep. This relationship also started taking a toll on her athletic career. She was too tired to spend extra time training and started to skip practices to see him, driving 30 minutes each way to his school. Eventually, Leah's friend sat her down and told her how unhealthy this relationship had become. She had isolated herself from them, and her entire free time was spent with Josh. At this point, Leah wanted so badly to end the relationship. She had fallen out of love with him, and college applications were approaching. She had been scouted by no less than 10 colleges, and her plan was to attend Brown University, her dream school. Josh's obsession with their relationship had taken a huge toll on his grades, and Brown wasn't going to be an option for him. Leah remembered telling him that was where she was planning on going, and he freaked out, saying that he would never get in, and he begged her not to go. At the time, she was also recruited by the University of Illinois. Josh applied there in hopes that she would ditch Brown and go to Illinois with him. But that was the final straw. Leah ended things for good with Josh, assuming that would be it. Because he would take the bus from her school to his every morning, she still had to see him. His friends who took the bus with him yelled disgusting words at Leah. Josh had spread a rumor that Leah had apparently cheated on him with a bunch of guys and then ended the relationship. Leah spent months getting nasty messages accusing her of having STDs and also saying some horrifying things. Unfortunately, deleting Facebook was what set off the stalker tendencies for Josh. He wasn't able to see her face online anymore, so he started calling non-stop and sending desperate messages telling Leah that he loved her. While all of this was going on, Leah and her team was set to win the high school championship in volleyball. Josh showed up while Leah was competing and they saw each other. This shook Leah so badly that she ended up losing the title for her team, and it made her furious and heartbroken. Leah ended up picking up his call that same night and screamed at him, telling him to never contact her again. But that's when the threats began. She got a call a few nights later from Josh after he texted her he had something important to tell her. Stupidly, she answered, and he began to say how he was going to kill her. He was going to show up at Leah's house when her parents were at work, holding a rope and a knife, and make her suffer like she had done to him. He eventually went on to say he was going to get her before she went into school because he knew exactly where she parked every morning, and her parents were never going to find him. But what Josh didn't realize was that she had recorded what was being said the entire time and had it taped onto her phone. Leah hung up once she felt he'd said enough. The next morning, she went into school extra early, much earlier than she figured he'd be there. Leah showed the school advisor the recording. She felt a deep-rooted shame as her mom listened to the recording like she had done something to bring this onto herself. The advisor was so alarmed that he told her to go to the police immediately. Leah and her mother sat in the police station all day explaining the story of her relationship with Josh and how it got to this point. The police then drove to his high school and arrested him while he was in class. As she was bringing food back to the police station for herself and her mom, she saw Josh in handcuffs. And he indeed looked like he wanted to kill her. Post-arrest, Leah got a restraining order against Josh, and he was sent to a mental institution for a short while. It's been 10 years since this happened. Leah moved across the country where this occurred, and she finally feels safe now that she's far away. But anytime she gets a blocked call or text from a number she doesn't know, a thought goes through her head that it's him. When I was about 6 years old, my mom started taking my sister and I to Dr. Daniel's dental office. The dental center was located inside a giant yellow mansion that also doubled as his house. When my sister and I got called in, my mom followed us into the office until she was told by Dr. Daniels that parents weren't allowed to be with their children as it taught kids independence, to which my mom complied to. Growing up, I had bad anxiety and selective mutism, so the moment we all separated, I cried because I was so scared. Dr. Daniels did not like the crying, so he grabbed me and put his hands over my mouth and nose and shook me, and told me to stop crying and scaring the other kids. His hygienist Judy came over and told me if I continued to cry, she would spank me. All I wanted was my mom next to me, but I knew that if I wanted to get out, I just had to act like I was not terrified. After the first appointment, my sister and I told my mom that we were scared of the dentist, but she just took it as me being an anxious child, so we continued to see him. Each visit was just as terrifying. Every time we went to the dentist, Dr. Daniels, or the tooth man as he called himself, always had us have heavy dental procedures done. We had sealants done on several baby teeth and plenty of teeth removed, some with his fingers with no regards to pain at all. He would leave us there with a retractor on for about 45 minutes or so before he came to work on our teeth. Sometimes he would eat his lunch while we sat there with our mouth open. Probably one of the worst pains I've ever felt in my life. There was one time in the 3rd grade I was in so much pain waiting I couldn't take it. I sat up on a chair and tried to scream and cry as loud as I could. Dr. Daniels came rushing over, angry, and he screamed at me for being a big baby and scaring the other kids. I was so sad at myself because I hadn't cried in so long. He then took me back to my dental chair and then pinned me down to the seat in a straitjacket. He put my retractors back on and said that I would have to wait longer because I caused such a scene. Afterwards, my mouth would become so swollen and filled with rashes. It hurt to talk for days. He would often tell my mother I was a difficult patient. If I so much as winced at his torture. When I was in 7th grade, I started getting braces, so I went to see an orthodontist. We stopped seeing Dr. Dan and I had a new dentist who was actually nice. I never known that getting your teeth cleaned didn't have to feel like going through a saw trap. I think my mom took us out of Dr. Dan's practice when the orthodontist looked at our dental records and saw a lot of unnecessary procedures being done on our mouths. Not long ago, I was having a conversation with a friend about our childhood fears, and instantly my mind went to the tooth man. Curious, I googled him, and to my happiness, the practice was shut down. Also left under his name was a Yelp page that was still up. The page was filled with numerous one-star reviews from former patients that were once abused as kids in his office. Their experiences were so close and some identical as to what I went through. A lot of the procedures Dr. Dan did were just a scam for him to collect money off our parents' insurance. And now that I think about it, he was probably so adamant of us not crying and screaming for help because he didn't want parents to hear and come and see what was going on. It's hard not to blame your parents in this situation, but the truth is this man was a swift abuser. For every bruise and swell, he would have dental explanations that would make my parents feel stupid for asking. I don't blame my mom for not believing us, and eventually she did come around. To any parents watching this, if you're ever told to not go in with your child to an appointment, something's definitely not right. Olivia and her fiance threw a dinner party one time to celebrate his mom completing chemo. She hired a caterer and they were expecting 25 friends and family. The caterer said he'd bring everything 75% done, but he needed to finish off some dishes in their kitchen. She told him that was fine as long as he finished by 5. He arrived as scheduled at 12 p.m., but the moment he entered the house, Olivia noticed that he had a disgusting smell. That made her uneasy because he was going to be preparing food for sick Pryor and young kids. She just made sure he washed his hands and then left him to his own devices, worrying she was just being presumptuous. The entire time he kept asking her about the seasoning of the food and telling her to taste it. She said, "You're the chef, so I trust you. You don't have to keep asking me." Fast forward, he was still there at 5:45. The guests were arriving, so after 2 gentle reminders, she flat out told him she needed him completely out by 6 no matter what. He apologized and said there had been a delay because Olivia's oven wouldn't stay up to temperature. She never had a problem with her oven before, but figured he's the professional, so maybe it was a subtle problem? He gets his bags and packs everything up, but suddenly heads towards her bedroom. Olivia's completely taken aback and says, "Excuse me, where are you going?" And he says, "To change." She tells him she's not comfortable with him going in her room and there's a restroom to do that. But he insisted it will only take a second and goes in and shuts and locks the door. Olivia couldn't even get a word out before he went in and felt helpless. At this point, her fiancé had come back home, so she explained the situation to him. Confused as to what was going on, he pounds on the door, telling the caterer to come out. The man opens the door wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Her fiancé said, "You shouldn't be in there. You need to leave." The caterer responded and said, "Excuse me, but this is not your house. It's not up to you to decide." "Yes, actually, it is. My fiancé lives here with me." Suddenly, the caterer goes nuts. He turns to her and screams, "You lied to me!" Olivia had no clue what he was talking about. He starts yelling about how she led him on and blurting nonsense, calling her disgusting names. He then goes in the kitchen and starts throwing the food out of the refrigerator and onto the floor. Without hesitating, the fiancé and his 2 brothers forced him to leave the house immediately. Thankfully, the party then went on as planned. But Olivia insisted they just order pizza and throw out all the food he made. After partying, they went out late drinking with his brothers and got home at around 3:30 a.m. and passed out in their room. And then, at around 5 a.m., Olivia was woken up to the sound of the door opening. Olivia wakes up her fiancé and whispers, "I think someone just came in the house." He said, "Probably my brother left his wallet or something." Olivia figured she's being paranoid when suddenly a loud crash came from outside the room. He told her to lock herself in the closet and call 911 while he went out and looked around. As she was pulling out her phone, they hear, "Olivia! Hello?" And she realizes that insane caterer. She went outside and saw the man shirtless and clearly on something. He lunges towards Olivia and her fiancé stops him while she called the police. He tells him the cops have been called and it would be in his best interest for him to get off the property. The caterer says, "I have to make sure Olivia's okay." Her fiancé stayed between them while she climbed out the window. He even thought of taking the gun out of the safe. The caterer began to destroy their kitchen, and when the cops finally came in, they see that he has a knife on him. He didn't obey police's orders to drop his weapon, so they tased him. As he's being let out in handcuffs, he's shouting out how he and Olivia are in love. The police asked to do an inventory of the house and see if anything's missing or damaged besides what they witnessed him do. They went around, but saw nothing. But then Olivia remembered that he was in her room. She quickly checked and found out that all her panties were gone. They were so freaked out in the aftermath that they replaced all kitchenware and they had a cleaning crew do a deep clean on the whole house. Olivia was so glad that she decided not to serve the food to the guests, especially her fiancé's fragile mother. The caterer sent a letter from prison and thankfully her husband intercepted because she was still recovering from the whole thing. They gave it to the police who helped issue a no-contact order. He was sent to 3 years in prison and thankfully Olivia and her family never saw him again. When I was 9, I usually got home from school about an hour before my mom got home from work. I lived super close, so she figured it was fine. I did the usual thing, which was to make sure I locked the front door and double check that the back door leading to the patio was also locked. I played as much PlayStation as possible in my room before my mom came home and made me do homework. But on this particular day while playing, I heard this noise coming from outside my window. It was kind of like the sound of a cat, but my cat had been missing for over 3 months. Hope struck and I thought maybe he finally came back. I ran downstairs to check, but to my surprise, there was a guy standing on my patio. It was a tall man with black hair covering half of his eyes. I could hear him making high-pitched sounds, almost like a cat meowing. A brown liquid was running down from his mouth, and I could see him spitting out my dad's stomped cigarettes. He was actually eating from the ashtray. I screamed so loud that the man must have heard it. He didn't react. He just kept on eating from the ashtray. I ran upstairs to my room and called my mom, who then called the cops, laying in my bed under my sheets, shivering with fear. The next thing I remember is the police arriving on the road by my yard. I hear them talking to the guy. The high-pitched sound was more frequent and louder. I decided to look through the window, feeling safe now that the cops were there. The man suddenly charged the female police officer with full force and he knocked her out cold. The male officer then immediately tased the guy and handcuffed him. One of my neighbors made me come down and she took care of me until my mom came back home. The police took the creepy guy with them in the car and left. The male officer came back later that night and sat down with me and my mom to talk. He explained that the guy on my patio was actually diagnosed with severe autism. He had escaped the facility where mentally challenged people lived, located around 5 kilometers from where my house was. He explained that the guy had actually been living in my house 5 years ago, but he had been forced to move when his mom, his only caretaker, died. The poor guy probably thought he would find his mom in this house. He missed the routines and he missed living there with his mom. The police had to move him from the house that time 5 years ago. This was the reason he reacted the way he did when the police came that day. Still frightened, I told the police officer that he needed to make sure that this would never happen again, and he promised it wouldn't. After a few sleepless nights, my life got back to normal. The years went by and the guy didn't come back. At this time, my mom and dad had moved out. I bought the house from them and I'm still living here till this day. I was enjoying my morning coffee on the patio when I see this random guy stopping on the road by my fence. He just stands there, looking at me. I look at him and give him a nod, and then I hear the high-pitched noises. His hair had turned gray, but the high-pitched sounds made me realize. My heart started racing and I instantly remembered the reason why he was back. I realized that he must have managed to escape again. 16 years later and he was back to look for his mom. I decided to carefully ask him if he wanted to come down to the patio. He instantly jumped the fence and I started to think he would knock me out like he did to that police officer. But he didn't. He looked at me and smiled. We went inside and his face lit up with pure joy. He was home. It reminded him of the life he had with his mom. All of a sudden he sat down on my couch, turned on the TV, and switched directly to the cartoons. I just wanted to enjoy the moment so I didn't say anything to him, but I realized I had to call the facility to let them know. The caretakers arrived 10 minutes later. After a lot of convincing, he got back up and they went back to the facility. 2 days later I called them again and we made a deal. His name is Tom, and I now consider Tom my friend. Every Sunday from the day he returned, Tom and his caretakers visit me to watch cartoons. They say it's the highlight of his week. For several years, I was very afraid of the guy on my patio eating from the ashtray. But now my thoughts are, Tom, let's meet every Sunday to watch cartoons together. When I was in middle school, I was constantly made fun of and picked on, and that ridicule transferred to whenever I rode the school bus. So I started walking 3 miles to and from school every day. The path I walked on was pretty safe, mostly on a sidewalk and always on a busy road, with the last 2.5 miles being a straight shot directly to the school. Back then, there wasn't a stigma attached to kids being outside on their own, so this wasn't deemed unsafe or noticed by anyone. I lived alone with my father, parents being divorced, and my mother saw me on the weekends. He didn't see any harm in the walking, and my mother wasn't aware of this, nor that I was being picked on in school, so I continued for over half the school year. One day as I was going home, I saw a car pull up about 100 feet ahead of me. I thought to myself, that car looks familiar. Oh nice, that's my dad, he's gonna drive me the way home. I started to jog up to the car, seeing him in the driver's seat waiting patiently. His hair looks darker than normal today. Wasn't the inside of his car tan, not red? The thoughts left as soon as they entered, and I caught up to the car, opened the passenger side door, and started to get in. as I was tossing my backpack on the floor in front of me and swinging my legs into the car. Thanks, Dad! Before I knew it, I had shut the car door and we began to move. This isn't my father. This man was much older, by at least 20 years. Hair obviously dyed black, and hands propped at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. The shirt he was wearing looked just like the one my father would have worn. A short sleeve collar button down, brick red with black and horizontal lines, not pressed but not too wrinkled either. He was smiling at me, which probably would have felt warm if it was coming from my grandfather, but instead felt menacing. I heard a click and looked over at the door that had just been locked. I stared at the door for a moment longer, then turned and faced forward and completely froze, terrified. Hello, I saw you walking. I figured I'd come give you a lift. I didn't move or answer. Don't act scared, just act normal. His voice matched his smile, deceivingly friendly. We were roughly a mile away from home, and half a mile from the next turn needed to head in that direction. All I could concentrate on is how am I gonna get out of this situation? Are you on your way home? Home. Yes, I want to go home. Where's your house? I can take you back home. Feeling just slightly relieved, I told him to take the next right turn. I felt myself begin to breathe and I realized how tense I had been. My body relaxed slightly and I finally moved and wrapped my hands around my backpack straps. We started to come up on the intersection and I pointed ahead. The dotted line for the turn lane had begun, but he did not get over. Instantly, I tensed back up and my grip and my gaze on my backpack straps tightened. Don't act scared. Don't act scared. No, I really need to get back home. He swung the car into the turn lane and began to make the turn. Okay, see? Everything is going to be fine. He's taking you home. Are you sure? I'll make sure you get home before anyone realizes you're gone. Stay calm. Don't act scared. No, I need to get home now. My father is expecting me home right now. He's waiting. Okay, maybe next time. We can meet here at the same place tomorrow. Sure, yes, tomorrow sounds good. I just need to get home today now. My eyes were firmly trained on the road ahead of us, hoping that if I just focused on the direction home, I would get there. The turn into my neighborhood was approaching, and I informed him again and pointing towards that direction. The next few moments were silent, even though it was so loud in my head. Oh wait, he can't know where I live. No, what should I? You know, it's probably not a good idea that I drop you off right at your house. Your dad might see me and get mad that I gave you a ride home, and then we wouldn't be able to meet again tomorrow. I was able to appreciate the good fortune of my silent question being answered for me. My old neighborhood consisted of mainly apartments, but in the back were a block of townhouses, which is where I lived. If you were unaware of the layout of the complex, the townhouses might go unnoticed. He pulled over to the side of the road in front of the apartment building. He unlocked the door and I hurried out of the car. Backpack still in hand, I began to close the door behind me. So, see you here tomorrow, same time? I paused for just a second so I can get another look at the man. Still smiling, still terrifying. Yes, tomorrow. See you later. Don't run, don't act scared. I swung my backpack on the right way and briskly walked in the opposite direction of my house. I could hear the car still idling behind me, and it wasn't until I was able to turn off that road and leave his view that I heard him start to move. He had to drive up to where I was walking to turn around, and I glanced back as he was making an awkward turn. He caught my gaze and gave a slight wave before driving off. I turned my head and kept walking, and the moment I could no longer hear the car, I ran as fast as my legs and heavy backpack would let me. I ran around to where I could hide between two buildings and hid there for a while until I felt it was enough time passed to feel confident he was not driving back around looking for me. I ran the rest of the way home, keeping a lookout, making sure he wouldn't be able to see me through the backyards. I reached the front door, unlocked it, and almost spilled inside because I was moving so fast. It wasn't until I locked the door behind me that I felt safe. I was home. In the end, I told both my parents, and my mother forced my father to drive and pick me up from school for the remainder of the school year. My father didn't believe me and thought I made up the story to get out of walking to school. Well, it didn't matter. It was worth his disbelief and annoyance every day in the car, so I never had to meet that guy again. "15 15 years ago, Emma had the misfortune of meeting Dave. She was new to riding the bus to school and didn't happen to know anyone, so she sat by herself. She could feel someone was watching her from behind, so she turned a couple times to look, and that's when she saw Dave. He had brown curly hair and turned away every time she caught him staring. He told Emma she had nice hair and he liked her t-shirt. He asked right off the bat if she would be his girlfriend. Emma said absolutely not. She didn't even know him and his creepy staring made her uncomfortable. Well, Emma had pointed him out to a few people in school and everyone she talked to said he was the nicest person they'd ever met and just a bit of an odd duck. Next thing she knows, Dave had joined her photography class and after-school programs. She saw him around every corner and in every hallway of the school. He started popping up to try and hug Emma and tickle her. When she found out he was telling people he was her boyfriend, Emma knew she needed to put her foot down. He kept asking for hugs, and she refused. And that's when things took a turn. Suddenly, anonymous notes were popping up in Emma's locker. Most of the notes said, always, and nothing else. Some had longer declarations of love. The simplicity of the message gave her chills, and it had to be Dave. Her suspicions were confirmed when pictures of herself began showing up along with the notes. The pictures were all taken from a slight distance, and she finally got scared. One Sunday afternoon, as Emma was watching TV in her bed, she heard Dave's voice next to the bedroom window. He said he watched her walk home one day to see where she lived and wanted to stop by for a visit. He said he knew she wouldn't let him in, so he figured he'd just stop by the window to talk. He quickly left, but now it got serious and adults needed to be involved. Emma's mom thought she was exaggerating. She acknowledged the notes and pictures as weird, but nothing other than a serious infatuation. So, Emma went to Mr. K, who also had Dave as a student, and noticed some of his obsessive behavior and didn't doubt her story for a moment. He spoke to Dave's guidance counselor, and they both sat down with him, telling him that he was making Emma uncomfortable and to stop. This angered Dave. He stormed up to her in the lobby of the school with a glass rose in his hand and threw it at the wall behind her. He screamed in Emma's face about how she had broken his heart just like the rose. Mr. K had to break up the situation, and a few days later, he dropped out of school and Emma went 8 years without seeing Dave. Emma was craving some mac and cheese one day and hit up a popular spot in town to grab some to go. She looked behind the counter and there's Dave. Emma had no idea he was working there and debated leaving for a moment. Middle school was so long ago and she hadn't heard from him since that day in the lobby. Surely this guy cannot still have this obsession with Emma. It was a huge relief when another register opened and a young woman took her order. She wondered if he was even mortified and didn't want to interact. Well, Dave seemed to take Emma's visit as a sign that she was ready to love him. Emma got a friend request from him that night and immediately deleted it. A few nights later, she's getting home and walking on the street when she sees that someone is standing on the side of her house. She gets into the house quickly, locks everything, and watches. And then she sees him, his curly brown hair. Emma called the police and reported this, but of course, there wasn't much they could do. There was no proof, and he hadn't approached her or tried to get in. They did agree to keep someone on lookout in the area, and she had police patrolling more than usual the following nights. But eventually, the police patrol died down, and that's when the late-night knocking began. She could hear it softly on windows and occasionally on the back door, but never dared to answer or get close enough to look. It wasn't every night, maybe 2 or 3 nights a week. The police never seemed to be close enough in the area when it happened, so they couldn't catch him. A couple weeks after the knocking began, Emma received an envelope wedged into the screen door, full of the creepy candid pictures from middle school and another note that said, "Always." She had enough and wanted to have some official record of what was happening. And that's when Emma saw the word "always" carved into her car's back bumper. Emma lost it, and in her rage, she took a picture of the police station sign and the report being filed and sent them over to Dave over Facebook. And she told him to leave her alone, that the police were involved and things will only get worse if he continues. And to her surprise, he simply responded, "You're right." And just like that, he disappeared. Was the mac and cheese worth it? Definitely not. And ever since that day, Emma never saw Dave again. Kevin had just turned 21, so he and his friend decided to go to a bar one night and was approached by a cute girl named Candice. He didn't know she was just trying to get free drinks by flirting, so he told her that they didn't have much money. However, Candice was the one who offered, and she kept buying more and more. Kevin started getting confused as to who she liked more between him and David and why she was being so generous. A little later, they both carried David out the bar. She kept telling him to go home with her, but he was so out of it he could barely answer. Kevin told her that he couldn't let him go anywhere as he didn't want David to wake up in a random house without a car and not remembering what happened. Candice kept pushing it, saying that she would take care of him, but Kevin told her that the only way David was going anywhere was if he tagged along. Immediately, she started flirting with Kevin and offered to get his friend a taxi and said they could drive to her place alone. At this point, Kevin had a few drinks and was pretty buzzed, so he agreed. They got David a taxi to go home, and the two walked to Candice's car. Everything was happening so quickly and he started feeling uneasy. They got in the car and she drove the street when she asked if he wanted to stop at the store and get some more to drink. Kevin wanted to be able to carry himself throughout the rest of the night, so he declined. He did find Candice attractive and he didn't want to seem lame, so he told her to get a pint with some apple juice to chase it. She went in the store and came out with a lot more than just a pint. Kevin assumed that she wanted to drink as well, but throughout the car ride, Candice kept telling him to drink more and more. He somehow managed to drink all the juice, so he pretended to drink the bottle by spitting the liquor in the apple juice container. He then tossed the apple juice out the window before she could see it and just drank a little more from the remaining bottle. Kevin was able to make her believe he was actually drunk, but in reality, he was simply buzzed. They drove up to her house and he pretended to trip and stumble, so she helped him walk inside. The front door was unlocked, but she made sure it was locked when they got in. Kevin thought that was strange, but he didn't think too much of it, so he told her that he had to use the bathroom. He walked inside and looked at himself in the mirror. He just felt strange. There was definitely something off. He turned on the sink to make noise and made himself puke up the liquor he drank. Kevin flushed and went to the sink and started drinking the tap water to sober up. He just didn't want to be drunk, but still wanted to hook up with Candice. Kevin turned the sink off when he suddenly heard her talking to someone outside.
He's drunk as hell. He could barely stand up. You do it.
Who was she talking to? And do what? Kevin walked out the bathroom, and the moment he stepped into the living room, he saw Candice walking into another room. That strange, very bright red hair. He didn't see her face or anything. Hey, where you going? She walked back into the dark living room and up to Kevin and said, "Let's go in my room." He looked at her bright red hair and into her eyes. They were different. Her face was different. It was another girl with the same hair. And that's when Kevin realized it was another girl with the same wig on. It was a wig the entire time. Kevin's heart felt like it stopped, but he tried to look like he had no idea it was a different girl. Kevin kind of smiled and told her that he just needed to use the bathroom one more time and told her he was sorry he was so drunk. She said, "It's fine, just hurry up in there." Kevin went into the bathroom and locked the door. He heard her whispering something to someone again, this time thinking that he heard a male voice whisper back. Something sketchy was going on and he had to get out of the house. Kevin opened the bathroom window and jumped straight out of it and ran faster than he ever had in his life. Now looking back, he kept running down the main road until he saw a CVS and stood straight at the front of the store in front of the camera. Kevin then called a taxi and went home. He tried thinking about what happened that night. She kept buying him and his friend drinks and even paid for David's friend's taxi cab. And most of all, why did she wear a wig that she gave to another girl to wear? Who was she talking to? And what was in that room that they tried to lure him into? Jane had been in Korea for the semester as part of her major in university. She wanted to have some sort of romantic experience in Korea, and her friend recommended her to use a dating app to meet English-speaking Koreans. That way she could meet someone and experience the dating culture. About 3 weeks later, she met a guy named Tim on the app. He eagerly wanted to meet for a date, and he seemed nice, but she should have asked more questions, and he didn't give many details about himself. Tim was a guy a bit older than her, and claimed he was a college student. Jane assumed he had done his military time and returned to school. He wanted to come to her place originally to pick her up, but Jane lived in an all-women's dorm and didn't want him to know exactly where she lived since they were still strangers. So instead, she insisted they meet at the main town center near the subway. Tim really didn't like this idea, which looking back was a red flag, but she insisted. The night of the date, Jane waited an hour for this guy. Why was he so late, she thought. Tim weirdly claimed that he just wanted to make her wait. She thought he was kidding and messaged him a laughing emoji, assuming he was just lost. When he finally arrived, he was much smaller than she thought. But a man's height was never something she cared much about. He was also quite thin. Maybe Jane let her guard down because she didn't see him as physically threatening. Right off the bat, he was way too touchy and breathed creepily and heavily. Jane was so off-put with his demeanor and felt odd about the situation. Then, the first thing he said to her was, "You're not as white as I thought you were." Jane thought this was a translation error, but his English was near perfect, so she asked him for clarification, and he said, "I thought you would be more white. Are you pure European?" Now she was officially weirded out. Why does he care in the first place anyway? Why does her skin color matter to this guy? He kept talking about how he wished the color of her eyes were darker, but then she brushed it off as him being nervous and trying to start a conversation. When they arrived at the tea place, she tried to order a basic raspberry tea, but he stopped her and told Jane that she had to have this special one. He really insisted she only ordered that type of drink. She was weirded out by it, but went along. After, he asked if they could look around Jane's school. It was dark, but the school is well lit, so she agreed. And the whole time they walked around, he would randomly stop and grab her for long hugs. He kept grabbing and breathing hard into her neck. It was so awkward, and she stopped him. He also wouldn't tell any personal details about himself. He even said at one point, "I'm a mysterious man." And he also said something like, "You look so much like my favorite movie character." And Jane asked who, but he said she would have to figure it out on her own. Finally, he said, "I want to go to a dark area." He somehow knew there was a wooded area behind Jane's campus. Jane said no, and that she wanted to stay near the main campus in town, but he kept pushing. Finally, he grabbed her arm and said, "I can't let anyone see." Jane ripped her arm away and began to go back to the main road, and he followed. He was pleading with Jane to stay. She told him she would message him, lying obviously, saying anything to get him to leave. Suddenly, he leans towards Jane, and she thinks he's going to kiss her, but it was so much worse. Instead, she felt pain in her face. It took her a second to realize that he was biting her face. He leaned his head sideways and bit on Jane's nose and cheek as hard as he could. She screamed and pushed him away from her. His face looked so freaky and she barely had time to react in words. Instead, Jane ran up to the sidewalk until she saw a convenience store on the right. She ran to the back of the store and bent down, freaked out. The owner started to yell at her, but she couldn't explain the situation. She just begged him in English to let her stay. After waiting for some time, she realized that Tim didn't end up following her. Jane peered outside the store and didn't see him, and she immediately texted her friend to take her back to the dorm. On the way back, Jane messaged Tim again and basically told him to stay away from her and something along the lines of calling the police if he continued to stalk her. And then she blocked him. She was so thankful that she never let him pick her up at the dorm. Jane also called her mom and told her everything that happened, when suddenly she said, "Wait, what did he ask you?" She then put some details together and realized that all these weird things had to do with the 50 Shades of Grey books. The eye color, the way he dressed, and the tea he made her drink, and the random lines he said, it all matches his little fantasy. It was so creepy. But that was the last time that Jane ever saw Tim again. This past Monday, Susan and her coworkers returned to their hotel from a day of working out in the field. Rebecca and Susan stood outside their rooms. She opened hers and saw someone in the bathroom. "Hello?" Nobody answered. Her first instinct was that it was a cleaning lady in there. Then she saw her bag and her clothes in the woman's hand. "What are you doing with my stuff?" she said. The lady kept mumbling about how her key still worked and that's how she got in. Susan was in shock and the woman was obviously very flustered, having been caught mid-robbery. She dropped the bags and fumbled around with her purse and a white plastic bag. By this time, Rebecca was behind her watching all the insanity unfold. The woman was scrambling and walking towards the door and Susan said, "What's in the bag?" No, it's just my things. It's just my things. I'll show you." Susan looked and didn't see anything of hers inside, so she let her leave. She went into her room and it's been ransacked. All of her electronics were still there. Then she went into the bathroom and saw her underwear, her bikini, and clothes shoved into her own bags randomly. Even a passport was shoved in there. Then Susan looked in the drawers and saw that she got into her medication. She ran out the door to go find her. She went down to the laundry room and out to the sides of the hotel and didn't see her anywhere. Susan realized she was never going to find her, so she and her coworker went to the lobby to tell them what happened and then called the police. They went back up to the room to wait and noticed that there was a metal bat near the bed, but there's also a flashlight on the end. The police got there and took their statements and looked around the room as well. One thing Susan noticed was that there were bits of drywall in the sink, and she pointed it out to the cops, but none of them really knew where it came from. They started looking at the door to see if she pried her way in somehow, but there was nothing. They just kind of went with the idea that she had a spare key or something, even though the hotel front desk was adamant that there's no way that could be. The officer that came called for another because they thought the woman might still be in the vicinity. But after Susan and her co-worker's statements were taken, there was nothing else they could really do, so they left. Susan sat down to finally make some calls to tell people, and as she's on the phone, she's thinking about the drywall in the sink, and it still didn't make any sense to her. She goes into the bathroom and looks at the drywall and the mirror close to it, and then it hit her. She got Rebecca to help pull at this mirror on the wall, and it turns out it was attached on the top. There was a hole there, just big enough for a desperate junkie to squeeze through. She asked if she could call the cops again to let them know what they just found, and her boss said that there were still 2 cop cars in the parking lot. They both went back up, looked at the hole, and found a pillow, blankets, cigarettes, clothes, and toothbrushes inside. This woman had been living in the wall behind her mirror for God knows how long. She had access to Susan's room at all times, and the crawl space was just big enough for her to squeeze through. They took pictures of the scene and everyone was mind blown that this was actually real. Unsurprisingly, Susan and Rebecca packed up and left immediately. The hole in the walls were from a renovation and the hotel hadn't properly patched them, so they just covered it up with mirrors. She could have been hanging out in people's rooms while they were gone. Susan never went back to that hotel, but every time she travels and stays at another, you can bet the first thing she checks are the walls and the mirrors. Morgan was heading to this weekly improv show, but his friend whom he usually went with was out of town. So he posted an open invite on a university Facebook group. Morgan got exactly one response from this random girl, Alice. She came to the show and they hit it off big time. Cue the coffee meetups, the Netflix binges, they started dating. Life was pretty good for a while. Then came the first messages. This man Morgan had never met, named Eric, was sending angry Facebook DMs detailing why Morgan's not a good boyfriend and that he's hurting Alice and how he just doesn't understand her like Eric does. Morgan was a bit annoyed, but mostly confused. He talked to Alice about it, but she just hand-waved it away. "He's a jerk," she said. "I don't hang out with him anymore." It wasn't the most satisfying explanation, but aggressively jealous guys aren't exactly an anomaly. so Morgan just blocked him and thought that was the end of it. A few months passed by. Alice had planned to study abroad, so when Morgan came back to school, she was already halfway across the world. It was only a few months, he thought. No big deal. But over those next few months, Morgan would become Facebook acquainted with a myriad of strange individuals. There was Leah. She sent an array of messages justifying Eric's anger, reiterating that Morgan's relationship was unhealthy and toxic, and that Alice and Eric have much better history. She also included a blurry photo of a girl sitting on top and making out with a skinny guy. Both of their faces were obscured, but Leah swore it was Alice and Eric from some time during the summer. There was Nick. His Facebook pic was a guy on a skateboard in front of a sunset. He readily admitted that he had feelings for Alice, but made clear that neither he nor Eric had any right to be upset about her not being with them. He said that Leah and Eric were liars and he tried to set them straight. Relative to the others, he seemed semi-okay, but he let slip a few really bitter-sounding messages. There was Hannah. She showed up after Morgan blocked Leah. She claimed to be a childhood friend of Alice. There was Chris. He would send one cryptic message every once in a blue moon. He never replied to any of Morgan's messages. There was Mark. He apologized for the actions of the others. He tried to fill Morgan in on the group's dynamics and history. In the physical absence of Alice, he offered to meet him to talk. They set up a time and place, but he never showed up and Morgan never heard from him again. There was Sarah, there was David, there were so many. This was all spread over a period of time. Morgan usually blocked or stopped hearing from one person before hearing from another. Meanwhile, Alice is extremely difficult to get a hold of. Even when she responds, she's really dismissive of the whole subject. "I don't know what to do," she said. And then Morgan gets an accusation. One day Alice sends him the question, "Who's Mary?" Morgan tells her the truth, that he doesn't know who Mary is. She sends screenshots of texts she received from an unknown number. In them, the sender wrote that her name is Mary and that she's in love with Morgan. "He told me he loved me," Mary wrote. "He slept with me and now he has not called me back." He started to get texts from Mary. She asked why he hadn't called her, if he meant what he said. She said she had seen Morgan on campus, here, there, at this event, at this particular time, and every time she would say a location, he realized that he had actually been at that place at that time. Was he being stalked? Morgan started looking over his shoulder. He didn't know what to do. He had no face and no name to report. He calls Alice and tells her he can't do this anymore. Morgan had no clue what was going on, but he knew somehow that they were all involved and he wanted no part in it, and he cut off all contact with Alice. Then all of a sudden, everything, the messages, the texts, they all stopped. A friend of Morgan realized something soon after. Barely any of Alice's friends had their faces on Facebook. Eric's pic was some photo of a Tumblr blog full of cute nerds. The photo of Chris was an obscure photo of Justin Bieber. The photo of Nick, the skateboarder, was a stock photo. Hannah's photo was art from a book ad. David was apparently a Korean pop singer, and they also noticed something else. All of their photos were created around the same time he met Alice. To this day, Morgan doesn't understand it. Fast forward 2 years, he gets a text from an unknown number. The number looks familiar, he thinks to himself. And then he realized it's Alice. The text consists of one word. "Sorry, Alice, but let's not meet again." On one Sunday afternoon, Macy and Lily decided to go hiking in some hills about an hour away. It wasn't too difficult of a hike, so they reached the top without any problems. After resting for a bit, they decided to head back down. They had been walking for maybe 10 minutes and Macy started complaining and wanted to walk down the side of the road instead of the rough hiking trail. Lily conceded, but not even after 5 minutes, a truck pulled up next to them. It was red and rusty. The guy driving rolled down the window and greeted them, asking if they needed a ride. Macy thought he looked charming and even cute. Lily was hesitant, but despite her better judgment, Macy convinced her to get in the trunk since it must only be a 10-minute drive down to the car, tops. The two girls opened the passenger's door to this rusty old thing, and the guy directed them behind the seat to get into the back. They settled in and the truck started rumbling forwards. The back seat was clean enough, but there was a rope on the floor behind the driver's seat and 4 boxes of saran wrap half hanging out from under the passenger's seat. It seemed creepy and weird, but Lily didn't want to freak Macy out, so she just kept her mouth shut. After 10 minutes, the woods didn't look any clearer, and they hadn't seen another car the whole time. Lily asked how long he thought it would be. He said he was taking a different route down the hill and had to stop somewhere to get something first. Several minutes after, they reached the tiny log cabin. There was an old stump where somebody had been chopping wood and a huge axe was stuck into the log. Lily was definitely on red alert now. The guy turned off the truck and slipped out of it saying, "I'll be right back, so don't get out, okay?" Lily tried to talk to Macy about how she was incredibly uncomfortable, but she mostly dismissed it. She started begging, increasingly freaked out, and finally put her foot down, demanding Macy to exit the truck with her. The house was around 50 yards in front of them and they wandered around looking at it hesitantly. All of a sudden, Macy thought if this guy really was decent and was just trying to give us a ride, it would be super rude to just run off, right? She actually started to head back into the truck, opening the front door to climb in behind the driver's seat. Lily was pissed off and started yelling at Macy, telling her to not get in the car. But when she opened the door, she saw it. On the driver's side floor, half hidden under the seat, there was a big hatchet. It had dried red-brown stains covering the blade and stuck to the floor under it. Lily understandably lost her mind seeing it, and Macy started getting hysterical. They decided that leaving was by far the best option at this point and ran quickly into the trees. In panic, they went around in the trees for a little while until Lily was fairly confident that they were on their way back down the hill. When they finally got down to the bottom and saw the old wooden fence that surrounded the original parking area, they were relieved. But as they got closer, they saw it. The truck was parked on the other side of the gravely makeshift lot, just sitting there facing the other way innocently. They couldn't see if anyone was in it, and of course Macy wanted to run for the car, but Lily was super hesitant. This took place when there were no cell phones and there was no ranger station or anyone around. The parking lot was big and empty and open, and who knows what would have happened if they decided to stroll across it. Thankfully, Lily convinced Macy to relax and the two hunkered down against a big tree, hidden in the bushes. Waited it out for what seemed to be a couple of hours when dark started to fall. She was just planning their dash to the car when they heard a clunk. They watched as one of the back doors of their car swung open, and the bearded guy slid his way out of the back seat. He got out the car, shut the door, looking around the surrounding woods for several moments, and then walked back to his truck. Several minutes after watching him drive away, they sprinted to their car as fast as they could, jumped in, and peeled out before they had even shut the doors. Jill was working for a call center that provided, among other things, phone services for a 24-hour plumbing company, so they needed someone on the line at all times. Her shift usually ran from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., and because of budget cuts, she was always the only operator on the floor. The only people in the building at night were herself and the security guy who came to do his rounds. Around 2 a.m. one night, Jill got a call. "Hello, you're calling so-and-so. My name is Jill. How may I help you?" The guy on the other side repeated her name and hung up. Working the night shift, you get used to a lot of weird stuff, so she shrugged it off and went back to reading her book. Then he called again and asked if he was speaking to Jill. She said yes, repeated the company name, and asked how she may help. He hangs up. The third time around, he asks if this is Jill on the phone, and she asks whom she's speaking to. He hangs up again. The next time he calls, he's breathing hard on the phone and tells her he wants her to talk to him and that he's not going to hurt her. Jill jotted down his number and started hanging up whenever his call popped up. This went on for a while. When he realized that she was hanging up every time she saw that number, he began calling from a restricted number, meaning Jill never knew if it was a legit call and ended up answering. And this guy keeps saying that he's not going to hurt her. The one time she counted, Jill hung up on this guy over 200 times in one night. She complained to her boss, but she did nothing. Instead, she laughed the whole thing off because the guy obviously didn't know where she was, and he was only a voice on the line, so she was perfectly safe. Jill started talking to coworkers, and here's when it started getting really creepy. He never called on her days off. Indeed, at one point, she changed shifts with a coworker to attend a wedding, and he didn't call that day. They told Jill to file a complaint herself, but she wasn't sure if she could since this wasn't happening on her personal number. None of them could really walk her home since she was the only operator on the night shift. And she got a little paranoid because obviously this guy knew her schedule pretty well. It had to be someone who could see her. Jill started doing commute with her cell phone in hand at all times with the emergency number dialed in. She tried carrying pepper spray and at one point even considered walking around with a box cutter in her purse. That's how afraid Jill was. One day before her shift started, Jill was taking a short break outside the building before going up, and she sees the security guy come by. Same fellow who usually did the night shift. She didn't really know him, never spoke much to him, and only greeted each other when they would come down to the floor. He asked for a light, so she gave him her lighter. And he told Jill that he'd been fired and he was going home. And he went on to tell her that he always got the impression that she was afraid of him since she was never friendly or welcoming. Then he told Jill that he was never going to hurt her and just walked away. She was frozen and lost every drop of blood she had in her. Jill went inside to tell her boss the whole thing and discovered that the guy got fired for disturbing and creeping on other women in other floors, going as far as trying to corner someone in one of the elevators. The complaints piled up and he lost his job. Most of the time, his shifts matched hers, so he would see her come in at 8 p.m. and she left before he did. Jill asked her boss for that phone number again, to come forward on this guy and ask the security company if that was his number. But she told Jill that she threw it away. When Jill told her the whole story, the exact words that her boss said was that she found it cute. Then she asked Jill if she was sure it was him because the voice on the phone is different and maybe you got it wrong. Quality assurance told them that every call was recorded, so Jill demanded recordings. And that's when she found out again, because of budget cuts and whatnot, the night shift was never recorded. So she had no evidence. Good thing was, once the guy was fired, the calls stopped. And Jill decided not to work there for much longer after that. Jen and her husband Dan were at the supermarket when their baby was being especially fussy. He took her for a 10-minute drive to calm her down and came back into the parking lot waiting for Jen to finish shopping for groceries. Dan was taking a business call and sat down absentmindedly rocking the baby when a woman approached them. It's not uncommon for people to ask to play with their baby. She's got big rosy cheeks, soft wisps of gold hair, and the most adorable grisly toothless grin. But her nap schedule is paramount, so he was preparing to tell the woman she actually couldn't play with the baby right then. She walked over, brimming with confidence, and before Dan could even finish his sentence, she picked up the carrier and started walking off. Dan was in shock and said, "Excuse me, put her down." She started walking away more briskly. Dan tried to grapple the carrier out of her hands, resulting to restraining her arms. This woman yells, "Help! He's trying to take my baby! Kidnapping! 911! Help!" kicking him in the shin and pulling a pink bottle of pepper spray out of her handbag. Unsurprisingly, no one in the parking lot was clocking the earlier interaction and assumed he was really a kidnapper. Immediately, a man knocked Dan to the ground and was holding him down, telling him that the police was being called. He was telling everyone in the parking lot it's his daughter, but no one was listening. "I have pictures of the baby on my phone." This, however, didn't translate well, because everyone interpreted it as him having stalking photos of the baby. It was at this point that another man kicked Dan as hard as he could in the ribs. At this time, Jen came out of the store and she thought he was being robbed by these people. She was yelling for security, panicking, and when she saw that her baby was being held by a woman, she was relieved. Jen thought maybe her daughter was moved out of harm's way whilst her husband was being robbed. She couldn't find a security guard outside the store, and so she ran up to the people holding her husband down, waving her wallet, pleading, "Take everything you want, just leave us alone." The man said, "Lady, we need to wait for the police to deal with him." Jen was confused as to why muggers have called the police. "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" And made out someone saying, "He tried to abduct that woman's kid. Her husband would never hurt a child." She kept trying to understand what the man was saying, and suddenly, it all clicked. She looked around for the woman who had her baby, and she was halfway across the parking lot. Jen went ballistic and sprinted across right to her. All she could think to do was to grab the woman by her hair and squeeze her throat with her other arm. She yanked her hair as hard as she could, and that was enough to make her drop the carrier. She was so scared and surprised she threw herself on top, and when she looked up, the woman left. Not one person tried to stop her, and within the next couple minutes, police had arrived. There were still several bystanders who explained it as her husband trying to kidnap the baby. The police's first questions when asking for her description weren't investigative. They were questions thinly veiled, trying to convince Jen not to pursue charges, still placing blame on her husband. Do your husband and the baby look dissimilar? Is there a chance she thought he was abducting the baby and she was trying to intervene? Could your husband have been doing something inappropriate or violent to the baby that would make her feel compelled to extricate the baby from the situation? Did she seem groggy or confused? Could she have mistaken either of them for her own family members? They spent more time verifying that the baby was actually Jen's instead of focusing on the kidnapper. Her husband had called his brother at that point, who works in an office with a lot of lawyers, and connected with one ASAP. And they gave him the priceless advice to get every officer's name and badge number, to request copies of the store's security tapes right away, and to escalate the complaint higher up the chain if these officers weren't taking them seriously. Finally, Jen and Dan had enough reason to believe they were being taken seriously, and they went home. Dan was seething with rage and grappling with a feeling of helplessness from how little he was able to do, and has 2 cracked ribs from when the man kicked him. There were still people who stuck around to talk to the police, who were giving the husband dirty looks, and one man even implored the police to involve CPS to verify that it was really their baby. So to the parking lot kidnapper and the parking lot skeptics, they better hope that Jen and Dan never sees them again. When Lucy turned 13, she moved with her father to Japan from Colombia due to his job. They arrived to Shizuoka Prefecture and rented a small house to live in. Her dad did research work at one of the universities while Lucy attended a school at Shizuoka closest to their home. During the first week, her dad was able to drive Lucy to school and also to pick her up after. Things were going fine. She started to make new friends, her Japanese was improving, and overall had a great time. But then, Lucy's dad started to work more hours, and in order to spend the weekends with her, he decided to change his routine, meaning he wouldn't be able to drive her or pick her up from school anymore. Lucy had no problem being on her own, and she reassured him that everything was going to be okay. The first 2 weeks walking alone was perfectly fine, until the Tuesday of the 3rd week. Lucy was on her usual route to school, and then a man around his 30s approached her with a kind smile on his face. He greeted her in English and started to say things such as, "It's a nice day," "I should have brought my dog," and "I remember I used to take this way to school." Lucy tried to be polite since it was common to have people from the area approaching her and her dad for small talk. And since Japanese people are so kind and polite, she did the same as well. She told this man that she really needed to hurry for school. He looked at her, quite disappointed, but smiled again and said, "Oh sure, you must be a really good student. Always on time, I hope to see you again." The next day, she saw him again. This time he told her that he actually had seen Lucy and her dad since they arrived, and how he noticed that her dad was no longer driving her to school. He then handed her a plastic bag full of candies and cookies. After that, he finally let her go. In the bag there were also notes that said, "Have a nice day at school. You are smart. You are pretty." The following day, Lucy decided to confront him. Before he offered one of his gifts, she stopped him and told him he made her uncomfortable and to stop being around her. And all of a sudden, he snapped, and the man started yelling at Lucy, saying she's ungrateful, that she was mistaking their friendship. He pretended to be hurt, and Lucy fell for it. "I should have told my father before," Lucy said. "I should have told him everything." Initially, she felt embarrassed and wanted to resolve the problem by herself. One day, her class had a school trip to the Aokigahara forest. The trip was going well. They were walking near the area of the forest and the surroundings, and were divided by groups of 10 with one teacher at the head. It was going to be a long walk, so everyone was told to go to the restroom beforehand. Each of the students were wearing identification, and when they came back, Lucy suddenly realized that she lost hers, and thought to run back to the restroom to check and see if she dropped it just before her teacher would notice and scold her for losing it. After checking the restroom and not finding her ID, she decided to give up and get back to her group. But then, the guy appeared again. He greeted Lucy and then asked, "What are you doing here?" Feeling shocked and freaked out to see him, Lucy told him that she was in a school trip and that she needed to hurry up and get back to find her group. But before she could get away from him, he said, "Don't you need your ID?" Lucy froze. She looked back at him, and he smiled, then said, "I found it on the ground. I recognized your pretty face, so I put it in my car. Let's go get it before you get in trouble." At this point, Lucy was terrified. He started to look more sinister, and she couldn't say anything. Seeing she wasn't responding, the man grabbed her arm and began to pull her. Lucy snapped and freed from his grip and started to run away. He followed behind, running fast while calling out, "Lucy-chan! Lucy-chan, what are you doing? Come back here!" She continued running. She didn't realize that she entered the forest and was now without direction. After running for who knows how long, she no longer heard the man's voice. Her whole body felt heavy, and Lucy couldn't catch her breath. She looked around and everything seemed the same. There was silence. She continued walking for a while until she came across a tending camp. Lucy felt relief when she saw a man come out. She proceeded to tell him everything that happened. He seemed confused and a bit scared of her. But after seeing Lucy crying, he changed his expression to a more warming one. He listened to everything quietly until she finished. They both agreed to call the cops and alert the authorities of the place. Thankfully, he knew the way back to the entrance of the forest, and 2 of the forest keepers were walking there. His name is Yuki, and Yuki told them in Japanese everything that Lucy had told him. The forest keepers brought them to an information area where they called the police and told them to wait there. They also sent other forest keepers to look for the classmates and alert them about the guy. Meanwhile, Yuki tried to comfort Lucy, telling her what he was doing in the woods. He said that his younger brother passed away 5 years ago, and since then, he's been going to the forest on his brother's birthday to honor him. When the police arrived, she told the officer everything that happened while another group of police officers searched the area. They finally found the guy in the forest. They arrested him and searched his car for evidence, and found tape, rope, and a knife. She thanked Yuki for saving her life, and shortly after, the trip ended and the school called her father. He immediately rushed to the school, but he didn't scold Lucy that day. He just hugged her, and she cried on his shoulder. Harry's best friend Mari is an Instagram influencer. Not big time, but big enough to get free stuff, and has gotten 2 sponsored trips. One day, a boutique hotel from Miami contacted her via Instagram DMs and offered her an all-expenses-paid trip to Miami for Memorial Weekend, in exchange for her to be in a hotel and take pics and do a couple of stories. She was told she could bring a female friend with her if she wanted to, and everything would be covered for. This was her first time doing this, so at the time, she wasn't really sure of how it worked. The company sent her a contract for her to sign, and it said she'd be responsible for paying for her plane ticket to Miami and that she would be reimbursed for it later. This was to prevent a no-show, meaning the influencer gets the ticket purchased by the hotel and the influencer never shows up, so it seemed reasonable. She invited Harry instead of a female friend because she was nervous about the whole thing, and they figured it wouldn't be a big deal. Worst case scenario, they don't pay for Harry's plane ticket, but they can cover it for themselves. Mari then signed the contract and everything was set to go. On the day of the trip, they arrived to Miami safely. Harry and Mari were supposed to be picked up by the hotel at the airport. They walked around the terminal, and that's when Mari saw a guy holding a sign with her last name, and the paper has the hotel logo. They were greeted and then escorted to a black SUV. Here is where it gets weird. As soon as they got into the car, they noticed that the driver is visibly upset. Harry and Mari thought he was talking to the guy who walked them over, but he was talking to Mari. He had a very thick accent and was wearing dark shades. He was telling Mari that she was not allowed to bring her boyfriend, and that she said it was 2 girls. 2 girls. Hotel told me. 2 girls. No 1 guy, 1 girl. 2 girls. He was demanding to see where the other girl was. They were speechless and confused. The guy who walked them to the car looked annoyed. He got into the passenger seat and started to fight with the driver in Portuguese. Then he turns to them and asks where the other girl is at. Mari, feeling very upset by now, tells them that there is no other girl, that she is Mari and Harry is just a friend coming with her on the trip. The guy in the driver's seat gets out, tosses their luggage out of the car and says, "This is some bullshit." He gets in the car and immediately they take off. That was it. Harry and Mari were in complete shock. She immediately emails Melissa, the PR person they have been in contact with this entire time, to tell her what happened. No response. They decided to take a cab and show up to the hotel, and when they finally got there, everything made sense. The hotel had been rebranded and had a completely different name, owner, and staff. Harry showed them the hotel's Instagram profile, and indeed that was the hotel it used to be, but not the new one. This hotel never contacted them. They never did anything. Whoever was in charge of the old IG account of the old hotel did, or whoever got a hold of it did. And mind you, this was a somewhat big hotel account with over 10,000 followers. It was real. But upon further inspection, Harry and Mari realized that the pictures were really old, and so were the posts. Mari felt like an idiot and couldn't believe that they actually got into this situation. They called the police, met up with the detective, but nothing ever came out of it. They investigated who was running the account before or who had access to it. However, none of the people who used to run the account had anything to do with it. Nothing ever came out of this. When Ray was 11 years old, her parents had to go to an emergency trip to her grandparents' house, but she had school and basketball practice in the mornings, so she couldn't go. Their house alarm was broken, so Ray's dad told her where his hidden pistol was and made sure she knew to call 911 if something were to occur and to immediately call him after. Ray's dad had always been somewhat paranoid, but their house was in a suburban area that wasn't known to have crime, so she didn't think too much of it. Her parents left after work on Friday. Everything was fine all night and all day Saturday. Ray's bedtime was usually around 11 p.m., but because she had the whole house to herself, she stayed up until around 2 a.m. before she got tired and finally went to bed. It had only been an hour or so since falling asleep when suddenly, Ray heard a random loud pop from outside her room. The sound was from the front door. Ray didn't think too much of it at first because on windy nights there were times when the door would be pushed just slightly and it would make that sound. But there was no wind. Even still, she wasn't very worried. There it was again, followed by a bunch of quiet clicking noises. Ray started getting annoyed thinking that it was the neighborhood stoner kids just messing around in the middle of the night, which they were known for doing so she got out of bed and went outside the room. Her bedroom door has a loud pop to it when opened, louder than the front door, and it can be heard throughout the entire house. Suddenly, the clinking noises stopped, but Ray still felt the need to check it out. There were high shrubs outside her bedroom window, so she couldn't really see outside very well. She went out to the living room and peered through the blinds and choked up when she noticed the hooded figure peek over from the side of the entrance. Someone was trying to pick the lock and break into her house. Ray's mind was racing. He had to have noticed the blinds move, but maybe he ran off. Ray held her breath for a moment and stayed completely still. Not even a minute later, the clinking returned, but more furiously. This psycho was still trying to break in. In her panicked state, she didn't think about calling the police or her dad. A sudden rage came over Ray, and she just wanted to get rid of this guy. She grabbed a can of hairspray in her bathroom, and because of Ray's love for candles, Ray had a lighter in her room as well. She raced back to the door and in one swift motion, unlocked it, yanking it open, and lit that burglar up while screaming at the top of her lungs. She couldn't see the guy well in the darkness and past the flame, but Ray heard a loud scream of anguish. It didn't take long for the neighbors to hear her and turn on their porch lights, which is when she suddenly collected herself and let go of the lighter switch. But when she opened her eyes, there was no one there. The guy quickly ran out of there, and Ray's neighbors had come outside in a light panic and called the police. Her parents were also called, and she explained to them and the police what had happened. But unfortunately, because it was so dark, she couldn't identify him. Ray's mom was freaking out about it, but her dad said he was proud and told her to get some sleep after everything. But that was impossible. She stayed up the entire night thinking about it. The next day, Ray got a call from her parents saying that the officers had caught the guy. A patrol car had noticed someone smoking in a nearby park under the playground, and the officers approached the suspect. Assuming it was one of the stoner kids, they expected him to run. But to their surprise, he approached them and was begging for help. They saw that his entire arm was burnt to a crisp, and when they searched his backpack, they found enough evidence to arrest the guy. And thankfully, he never returned. In the late 1960s, my great-uncle John was traveling by train from his village to another to visit family. He had to change trains at one point and was dropped off at what amounted to a platform in a hut in the middle of nowhere. There was no one at the station, and other than a dirt road that led off into the surrounding woods, there was nothing there. He waited for some time, but no train came. It was winter and getting colder and darker, and just about the time he started worrying about a place to stay and some food to eat, an old woman appeared out of the twilight. She asked if he was waiting for a train, and when he said he was, she said it wouldn't be long until the following day. She asked if he needed a bed for the night and offered him a meal and a room at her house. He was glad to accept her offer and stay out of the cold. He took his suitcase and they set off together down the dark road into the forest. It was more than an hour away, and by the time they arrived at the woman's small 2-story house, John was tired and hungry. They went inside and the woman lit some oil lamps and warmed some borscht for them. John finished his soup and asked where he would be sleeping. She led him up to the stairs to a tiny room with a window that contained a single bed and nothing else. He thanked her, they said goodnight, and she closed the door. Then she locked it, leaving him in the dark. Somewhat creeped out by this, John called to her, but she didn't answer and he heard nothing else. Figuring he would deal with it in the morning and that she had probably done it by mistake, John set his suitcase down and laid on the bed. Before he could fall asleep though, he felt the urge to pee and got out of bed hoping to find a chamber pot or something he could pee in. He got onto his hands and knees and began to feel under the bed in the darkness, thinking that's where the pot would be if there was one. He found the body. John went right to the window to see if he could exit the room that way. It was nailed shut. He knew that if he remained in the room, he was probably a dead man. But if he broke the window and tried to get out of the way, there was a good chance that the old woman would hear him and come into the room before he could get away. So he did the only thing he could do. He pulled the body from under the bed, heaved it onto the mattress, and covered it with a blanket. Then he got under the bed and waited. Sure enough, about an hour later, he heard footsteps coming slowly up the stairs and then toward the room. The lock clicked and the knob turned slowly. In the gloom, John saw someone moving toward the bed. Then he heard several sickening thuds. The person had bashed the body on the bed with a large crowbar, which then dropped onto the floor right in front of John. There was silence. Then the person went out the room and the door was shut again. John moved from under the bed and took the crowbar and was able to slowly pry the window open. When the window was up, he threw his suitcase out and dove through himself, not caring what was below him, only worried about what was behind. He landed without too much injury and began to run into a field behind the house towards some light in the far distance. It turned out to be a highway with some military and transport trucks on it, and luckily John was able to get a ride to another village where he could catch a train. He didn't bother reporting what had happened to the authorities, since at that time in the USSR, there was a distinct chance he would have been the one who got into trouble. He just thanked God he had escaped and decided that the next time he traveled to visit relatives, he would take another way. My brother's girlfriend Amanda was looking for her first apartment when she decided to move out of her parents' house. She and my brother didn't want to move in together since they had only dated for a few months, so Amanda opted to search for a roommate online. Browsing Craigslist, she found an ad titled "Roommate Wanted, Females Only." This sort of thing was common since the area she was looking in was mostly young professionals. The listing was for a room in a house that was quite cheap compared to the many places listed. The occupant listed herself as a 23-year-old student that wasn't comfortable with living with any males. The other roommate would have their own room and attached bathroom. So far Amanda was into this place. However, the listing only had a single photo from outside the property. Amanda sent an email wanting to meet the occupant and tour the house. Within 30 minutes, she receives an email back with all the details and time to stop by. The girl worked late hours and wanted Amanda to stop by at 8 p.m. When Amanda arrives, there's a handwritten note on the front door saying, "Door broken. Use back door." Walking around the house, it looks nice but slightly unkempt. Tall grass, weeds, dusty windows, etc. When she knocks on the back door, an older man opens it. At first Amanda thinks she has the wrong house, but the man reassures her and says the occupant was out and he was the landlord. The occupant asked him to meet Amanda since she was working late. Alarms start going off but aren't at red alert yet. First, the guy was clearly in his 40s, unshaven, and looked like he lived in his car. Also, only the kitchen light was on. As they walked around the house, Amanda noticed one huge red flag. No furniture. Nothing. The landlord was polite about answering questions, but seemed irritable to keeping lights on for too long, rushing her around and only letting her look at rooms for a few moments. There was a single room that the landlord wouldn't open. telling her that it was the occupant's room and he didn't want to invade her privacy. As they walk down the hallway, she notices the front door has a plank nailed across it. Broken, for sure. Amanda's creep meter is starting to ding, so she decides to wrap up the house tour and leave, but tries to be polite. He perks up and states that he forgot to show her the basement. It's recently furnished and would be a great recreation room. So he opens it. The basement is pitch black. He smiles, motions down the stairs, and says, "Ladies first." What happens next is nothing more than a stroke of luck. Amanda gets a text just as some random person parks in front of the house. Thinking on her feet, she pretends it's a phone call and answers her phone. "Hey, yeah, are you here? I'll come out from around back and let you in." "It's great, you have to see it." With a motion of confidence, she excuses herself around the landlord and walks out the back door. The guy just looked at her and he was confused. Once outside, she quickly sprinted to her car and sped out of there. When Amanda got home, she told her mother and my brother everything. Cops were called, they took her statement and went to investigate. The Craigslist post had been removed. The house had been foreclosed over 6 months earlier and the property had been abandoned. When the police investigated, they found that the closed room the landlord didn't want her to look in was where the man had been staying. There was a pile of old dirty blankets, rotten food, and empty gallon jugs everywhere. The more creepy thing was he had plastered ripped up pages from provocative magazines on all the walls in the room. And the scariest part of this was the basement. The man had tied a piece of fishing twine at about shin level across the stairs about halfway down. The basement was empty except another old pile of blankets, a broom handle wrapped in leather belts, and a small box with a few rows of assorted tapes. Needless to say, Amanda never ended up moving in, and she hopes she never meets that man ever again.
About 5 years ago, I lived downtown in a major city in the US. I've always been a night person, so I would often find myself bored after my roommate went to sleep. To pass the time, I used to go for long walks and spent the time thinking. The park, as it was most nights, was completely empty. I turned down a short side street in order to loop back to my apartment when I first noticed him. At the far end of the street on my side was the silhouette of a man dancing. It was a strange dance, similar to a waltz. Deciding he was probably drunk, I stepped as close as I could to the road to give him the majority of the sidewalk to pass me by. He was very tall and lanky and wearing an old suit. He danced closer until I could make out his face. His eyes were open and wild, head tilted back, looking off at the sky. His mouth was formed in a painfully wide cartoon of a smile. I decided to cross the street before he could get any closer. As I reached the other side, I glanced back, and then stopped dead in my tracks. He had stopped dancing and was standing with one foot in the street, perfectly parallel to me. He was facing me, but still looking skyward, smile still wide on his lips. I was completely and utterly unnerved by this. I started walking again. He didn't move. The street and sidewalk ahead were completely empty. Still unnerved, I looked back to where he had been standing to find him gone. For the briefest of moments, I felt relieved until I noticed him. He had crossed the street and was now slightly crouched down. I couldn't tell for sure due to the distance and the shadows, but I was certain he was facing me. I was so shocked that I stood there for some time, staring at him. And then he started moving towards me again. He took giant, exaggerated, tiptoed steps as if he were a cartoon character sneaking up on someone. I like to say at this point I ran away or pulled out my pepper spray or my cell phone or anything at all. But I didn't. I just stood there, completely frozen as the smiling man crept towards me. Still smiling, still looking at the sky. When I finally found my voice, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What I meant to say was, "Hey, what do you want?" What came out was a whimper. What do you... Regardless of whether or not humans can smell fear, they can certainly hear it. I heard it in my own voice, and that only made me more afraid. But he didn't react to it at all. He just stood there, smiling. And then, after what felt like forever, he turned around very slowly and started dance walking away. Just like that, not wanting to turn back to him again, I just watched him go, until he was enough away to almost be out of sight. And then I realized something. He wasn't moving away anymore, nor was he dancing. I watched in horror as the distant shape of him grew larger and larger, and this time he was running straight towards me. I ran until I was off the side road and back into a better lit road with sparse traffic. Looking behind me then, he was nowhere to be found. The rest of the way home, I kept glancing over my shoulder, always expecting to see his terrifying smile, but he was never there. I lived in that city for 6 more months after that night, and I never went out for another walk. There was something about his face that always haunted me. He didn't look drunk. He didn't look high. He looked completely and utterly insane. And that's a very, very scary thing to see.
It was the weekend on Saturday evening. Kayla's parents had to go to England for a meeting, so they told her to stay home by herself, but before they left, they installed a good security system in the house. At around 5:30 p.m. the next day, she received an email from her dad saying that he had transferred money to the bank and wanted Kayla to withdraw it. She sighed in frustration, but had to go to the ATM before it got dark because it could be dangerous. She started off walking the usual 5-minute distance and arrived at the ATM. She noticed a man leaning on the light post to the right of it. He was facing down and was completely shirtless with long black trousers on. Kayla was confused and many questions were running in her head. Why is he looking down and why is he shirtless on a cold November's evening? She quickly withdrew the cash and got out immediately. Kayla turned around to see if the man was still standing there, but he was gone. She sighed in relief, thinking that he had already left. She turned her head and suddenly the man was standing in front of her. Kayla nearly screamed in terror with her heart pounding faster than it ever has, and he was staring at her with soulless cold eyes and a creepy smile on his face. She dared not to open her mouth to ask what was wrong with him. Instead, Kayla took that opportunity to run as fast as she could and pass him by. She ran a good distance away and glanced over her shoulder to see if he was following her, but for some reason he didn't move from that spot. In less than 3 minutes, she reached her house. Kayla then checked her security cameras to see if that man followed her home, and luckily he didn't. Feeling paranoid, she decided to sleep on the couch that night near the recording TV. The next morning, Kayla woke up early to go for a run at a nearby park. She was walking into the deeper area of the park where there were no people ahead of her, but then she noticed that somebody was following her. She just thought it might be a regular person walking in the park, so she plugged in her earphones, turned on the music, and continued running. A few seconds later, she felt the ground vibrate with heavy steps of a man, then suddenly the man wrapped his arms around Kayla's waist. Kayla screamed and he remained silent and let go of his left arm from her waist and covered her mouth. She bit his hand until his skin broke and bled. He was screaming in agonizing pain, but was not so foolish to free her from his locked right arm. She immediately turned around to face him, and that's when she saw that it was the same guy from yesterday at the ATM. He lowered his face closer to Kayla and said, "I've never seen such a beautiful girl like you from my whole neighborhood." Kayla was so freaked out and panicked, trying to resist, but the guy wouldn't let go of her. By some miracle, 2 security guards approached him from behind and knocked him down to his feet, handcuffed him, and took him to the police. Kayla asked the security guards how they knew she was in danger. He said that the security team fixed hidden cameras on trees and light posts for visitor safety 3 days ago after there were reports that young teenage girls go missing in this park. Kayla thanked the security guard after saving her life, and he told her not to travel places anymore without an adult. After 15 minutes, the police arrived at the scene and they asked Kayla for details and how it all started. Kayla then called her dad and told him about the incident. The police gave her a ride home and said they would give her an update on the situation. She thanked them for the help and left. 2 days passed. Kayla got a call from the police and they said that they collected all the information and details about the man. He fled from his country and admitted to many felonies and will be sent back to receive his punishments and the death sentence.
It was 6:40 a.m. on a school day and I was on the stop waiting for my bus to arrive. I've always been a cautious person and I constantly looked around. As I turned to my left, I see a man. I was kind of creeped out because of how tall he was and I couldn't see his face. However, it was probably just another guy waiting for the bus, so I shrugged it off. I looked again and he was standing still. This confused me as I didn't know which way he was staring. Then I looked one more time and the man is sprinting full speed towards me. He stopped right in front of me and said,
"Oh, I thought I was late for this bus."
"No, you're not," I said calmly, and got to take a look at his face. He looked like he was around his 40s. Brown hair, messy beard, torn up clothes. We waited at the stop for another 10 minutes and the bus was finally arriving. I stuck my arm out just to make sure the bus driver could see me. As soon as I walked up, I felt the man grab my shoulder and pull me back very hard. I instantly started to panic as both of us are now hid in the darkness of the bus stop. "What are you doing?" I said in a scared voice. It was still dark out and the bus driver obviously didn't see me with the headlights on and the rain pouring. It was at that moment I realized I was in a dark street with a creepy man putting his hands on me, probably making a horrifying face. Slowly, I looked behind my shoulder and the last thing I remembered was him hitting me in the head and knocking me out unconscious. I saw the man sleeping in a bed to my right. The adrenaline was rushing through me and all I could think about was how I could escape. I've had some training in MMA, so I didn't feel too unconfident if I needed to fight for my life. Since the guy was still asleep, I was planning on elbowing him repeatedly in the head while he was still sleeping and then find a way out. I knew this would work if I could do it correctly, so I propped up and walked to his bed. I got my arm ready and instantly he turns his head and sees me above him. I tried to hit him as hard as I could, however with the fear at that moment, I missed. Again, I started swinging as hard and as fast as possible, but to my surprise, the man didn't block any of my fists at all. He just laid there smiling as his head got pounded. Honestly, it freaked me out even more that he wasn't doing anything. But finally, his face gave in. His nose started to bleed and a cut began to emerge on his face. I started to slow down as I ran out of stamina. His eyes closed and the smile began to fade. Instead of taking a step back, I decided to keep going and kept swinging as hard as I could. I was sure the man was out cold. The man's eyes opened and he smiled and stood up. I saw a window to my left and without hesitation I quickly ran and jumped out of it. I landed on top of a bin. His apartment was only 2 stories high, so it didn't hurt too much. It turns out it wasn't long after he kidnapped me as it was still dark. I ran away and luckily I got back to my home safely. When I got home I realized there was still blood over my hand. I felt my head and there was blood from when he hit me as well. As I rang my doorbell, I heard my dad's footsteps, followed by heavy footsteps to my left. The man followed me and was suddenly there coming towards me. My dad opened the door and I ran straight inside the house and locked it immediately. I explained everything to him. My dad, being the guy he is, swings the door open, fists clenched with me following. As we went outside and looked around, the man reappeared. I went towards him with brass knuckles on, but my father stopped me and muttered, "Hand." I looked at the man's hand to see a knife and he starts to slice the air. He gets closer and continues to swing the knife maniacally but manages to barely slice my cheek. My dad grabs him by the arm and beats him senseless. We then called the police and the man was locked up. Ever since that day, I've become an even more cautious of a person. It took me a while to get over the fear of that day, and that's why I no longer ride on the bus. I've been going through a rough patch with my wife recently, so I decided to put in more effort to be more emotionally available and help around the house. One day, as I was charging an old iPad for my son to use, I accidentally stumbled upon some messages from my wife's Facebook Messenger that was still logged in. It was with a guy named JBC from her hometown. The messages weren't completely inappropriate, but I made a mental note to keep an eye on this.
The next day, I left her some sweet notes reminding her how much I appreciated her, and she was once again in the corner of the living room, texting her girlfriends. I took the boy's iPad to the office, opened up Facebook Messenger, and watched in real time as my wife tore me down. My flaws, my insecurities, and secrets I entrusted to my partner. I managed to take screenshots, but she was deleting them as the conversation was unfolding. I wasn't emotionally capable of confronting her, so I drank, trying to figure out what to do. "What's wrong?" she asked. I just had a bad day." A couple minutes later, I was watching the iPad as the train wreck kept unfolding. Messages that were clearly inappropriate, and my wife was completely into it. JBC even sprinkled some "I love yous" in there. So became the worst 2 weeks of my life, drinking and losing myself in the relationship. I consulted a lawyer and had him draft a strong separation agreement stating that she would move out. She would get weekend visitation, no child support in the interim until the divorce is final. I also found out that JBC was coming to town to spend a weekend of quality time with my wife in a nice hotel. The next day, she's buttering me up and wanting to take a spa weekend with our daughter to relax, and when she gets back, we can really focus on our marriage. I go along with it. At this point, most of my feelings for her are completely gone, and I'm just seething with anger like I've never felt before. The day arrives. I take the day off work, and I withdraw half of any money in any accounts we are joined on, and I left hers alone. I stop by at Office Max, and I print out about 75 pages of Facebook Messenger screenshots. She texts me that she's taking off and that she loves me. I tell her to have fun. At about 8:30, I show up to the hotel and call my wife's phone from the lobby, but it goes straight to voicemail. So I walk up to the front desk and I ask if I can use the phone to be connected to JBC's room. It rings 3 times, and he picks up. "Hello? JBC, can you send my wife down to the lobby, please?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Okay then, I guess I'll have to call Mrs. JBC and get her down here." Totally a bluff. I knew he was married and I knew her first name, but that was it. "You got 5 minutes." Not even 2 minutes later, my wife comes walking out of the elevator looking a little flustered. It's not what it seems. I'm not here to argue. The things that are said in this pile of papers are what's going on. The only way I'm not giving a copy of this to our daughter, your parents, and emailing it to everyone we know is if you move out immediately. Her professional life is built up around her image, so I knew she would protect it at all costs. Here is a separation agreement that I think is more than fair considering what's going on. I'm going to need you to look this over, sign it, and leave it at the house when you get your stuff. Do you want to look through these screenshots? No. Okay, go have fun with JBC. Do not come back to the house or I'm going to send this to everyone. As I'm exiting the lobby, I can hear her start to have a breakdown. She texted and called over and over wanting to talk. I just turned the phone off, and by the time Monday afternoon rolled around, there were movers getting her stuff, and she delivered the agreement. She wants another chance. She wants her family back, but I have no intention of ever taking her back. I tell her she needs to set up marriage counseling on her own at a time that works for me. I tell her that I can't live with her, but she should be around the children to try and maintain a relationship with them. So starts our new normal of her coming over the house, cooking, and having dinner with the kids 3 nights a week. We went to marriage counseling. It consisted of her working through her issues with a therapist trying to figure out why she did it, her begging for forgiveness, and me stoically playing the victim. I was never going to give her another chance. All I wanted to do was kill time, establish myself as the primary caregiver to the kids, and establish her as not having residency in the house. After a few months, I go to my own therapist and get diagnosed with depression and PTSD. I ask my work if it's possible to go to part-time for the foreseeable future to deal with personal issues. 6 months of therapy go by. I told her that I couldn't forgive her right now and that I wanted an amicable divorce. But she is still the love of my life, and maybe someday we could give it another try. She was devastated, but agreed to the divorce if I promised to try again someday. Once the divorce was filed, I needed the kids to want to stay with me. So I left the Google search for "How to Survive Your Wife's Infidelity" up on the shared PC at home, and I left some printed out infidelity articles not so hidden in the kitchen. My daughter found them and came to me crying. I told her she wasn't supposed to find those, that mom made a mistake, that mom still loves her, and that I would always be here for her. My sweet daughter, who used to hold my wife in such high regard, now wouldn't talk to her without screaming, and it crushed her. Not surprisingly, when the court needed statements from the kids a few months later, little brother followed big sister's lead, and they both wanted to stay with dad in the house they grew up in. When the divorce was finalized, I got the house, I got primary custody of the kids, I got awarded generous child support due to the difference in our incomes due to me working part-time. So in the eyes of my kids, I'm the patron saint of fatherhood for taking the high road and always being there. In the eyes of my ex, I'm the one that got away and that she will always pine for. I make her believe that there will be a chance that we will get back together. But that is never going to happen. During the weekends, I, along with my sister and friend, usually went to town around 20 minutes away to go out and eat. It was a busy area, so there were many people on the streets asking for money. After a lot of fizzy drinks, we were walking to the nearest restroom, and my friend accidentally kicked over one of the man's pot of money, and it all went under this young guy's car. The man was still in his car, so luckily she could ask him to move so she could collect the money back. She knocked on his window and asked politely for him to move. He simply stared at her for a second and replied, "All right, young lady," with an extremely large grin on his face. At the time, my sister and I could tell something was up and that man was fishy. However, there wasn't much we could do to prove it. He reversed the car ever so slightly. My friend and I went over to pick up this man's money, and he was waiting angrily. My sister, however, refused to help collect the money, and that seemed very out of character for her, and I knew something was up. She proceeded to watch us pick up the money until she stormed over to the man's car parked elsewhere. The man turned on his car and drove away as fast as he could. My sister began yelling different slurs at him. She tells us that the man was taking photos of us from his car while we were leaning over to collect the money. As there was not much we could do, we just continued to complain about the man and how disgusting it was. After this encounter, we realized we started seeing the same white car around us. But we didn't think too much of it and made jokes that it was the creepy guy and he was coming to get us. About a week later, when all three of us returned to town to go to McDonald's, we saw the same homeless man outside, and he seemed to have changed places. As we walked past him, the man then whispered, "I pray for you, young girl," and tapped my friend's leg. We all stopped, scared and not sure what to do. But my sister had enough and asked him what he meant by that. He refused to respond, so we continued walking. Later the next evening, I received a FaceTime from my friend, and she seemed pretty shaken up, and she swears there's a person's silhouette in her back garden. I told her to show me, and from what I could see, there was. So my sister and I headed straight to her place and told her to lock the doors. We grouped up in her living room and debated on whether to call the police. We decided to stay with her for the night, just in case. As we all woke up in the morning and went outside before heading to school, we saw multiple sticky notes stuck to my friend's fence. It said simple compliments like beautiful and gorgeous, but the ones further down said more creepy things like soft skin. And then we read yellow polka dots. Strangely enough, my friend always had a liking for yellow polka dots. We asked her whether she maybe had a mad ex-boyfriend, but she claimed she hadn't been with someone for 2 years. We were all scared and confused until my sister brought up considering the drastic increase in that white car and that homeless man saying that to us in town. It could be that creepy man who took photos of us that day, and he may have seen her underwear. We took down the sticky notes after taking a photo of it just in case. I didn't see my friend in school for the next 5 days. I tried visiting and she let me in and locked the door. All the blinds were shut and her family still weren't back from their vacation. My friend explains how this man returned during the night to put sticky notes on her fence once again spelling polka dots. I told her to call the police, but she refused. The next day, I convinced her to come along with me to talk to the homeless man and maybe we could find some answers. And luckily, he was still there. We asked him over and over to explain what he said last time or tell us if he knows about the man in the white car, but he wouldn't say anything. My sister stood at the other side of the road to keep watch. Suddenly, the man in the white car creeps up behind us, and my sister came running over and grabbed both of his arms and restrained them behind his back as if she was some kind of police officer. She told the man that she's not afraid to report him to the police and told him to get out of sight and never to disturb us again. The man was able to escape from her hold and got into his car quickly and drove away. We went over to the homeless man who seemed not only scared but guilty. We asked whether he knew that was going to happen, and he was surprisingly honest. The man said he was approached a few weeks ago by him, and said if he could help him lure in my friend, he'd pay him $600 in cash. So the homeless man agreed and got the money. He then said the man called himself Adam J. My friend seemed very shocked about that name. We asked what was going on and she said Adam J was a kid back in school who kept trying to flirt with her after she rejected him, but that man looked nothing like him. My sister then let the homeless man off with a warning and we all went back home. Truth is, we never heard whether it was that Adam J. He just vanished in that white car and we never saw him again. My neighbor is one of those annoying wannabe YouTubers. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to another crazy video! The Cinnamon Challenge! Let's go! Are you getting this? It can get tiring to watch him go about his shenanigans in the pursuit of viral fame. So when he knocked on my door the other day, he told me he was going away for a few weeks and asked that I get his mail. Honestly, it was a relief. I was afraid his stunts would wind up bleeding over into my life. Things were pretty normal for the first couple of days. He received a few bills, a bit of spam, and from what I could assume was a birthday card. And then, one evening, I got home to find a cardboard box waiting on his front porch, and in big letters was written, "Return to sender." Now I'm no small fry, but I admit I had trouble lifting the box on my own. It was really freaking heavy. Getting it across the road to my house was even harder. I decided I'd leave his package in my garage. It wasn't like I kept my car in there. It was because my garage door refused to open without a good thug and a whack. It was when I kicked the door again when I walked in that I lost my grip on the package and it fell to the ground and I heard a light crack inside. Ah, shit. I hope I hadn't broken anything important, but figured I just wouldn't tell my neighbor about it and let him assume that the break happened en route. I dragged the box the rest of the way, setting it in the corner for whenever my neighbor would come back to claim it. And then I forgot all about it. Until a few days passed, that is. There was a horrible smell in my garage coming from the box in the corner. I remember thinking it must have been one of those meat of the month subscription boxes and thought it must have gone rancid from being left out for so long. I covered my nose as I approached the box with a pair of scissors in my hands. I probably wouldn't even have needed them to open it, as it had become soggy enough at the bottom to poke through with a finger. My scissors tore through the tape along the top of the cardboard box. I thought the smell couldn't get any worse, but as I flipped the flaps open, I discovered a whole new stink. I had a garbage bag in one hand and the strongest cleaner I could find in the other, and I had long rubber gloves on to keep my skin from having to touch what was inside. But as it turns out, I needed none of those things. You see, there was meat in that box, but it didn't come from a cow or a pig. No, it was worse than that. It was my neighbor, dead. Still in one piece, but dead. I caught the cops and they took me in for an interrogation. It's kind of hard not to suspect the man with the corpse in its garage after all. Thankfully, they soon realized I wasn't involved. My DNA might have been all over that box. The smell might have left a mark throughout my house, but there was one piece of irrefutable evidence in my neighbor's own hands that proved my innocence. A vlogging camera. They showed me the footage only once. My neighbor was sitting in the box outside of a shipping facility, laughing as he told the world how he was going to mail himself across state lines. He brought pee bottles, food, a pillow, and a few flashlights. His friend, a guy I'd seen at his place several times to help with his stunts, closed the lid and presumably dropped him off the shipment. Throughout the next couple of hours, or days, I'm honestly not sure, my neighbor recorded a few short clips of his progress. Hey, what's up guys? I think I'm in a truck right now. I can feel it moving. Must be in a warehouse. Ooh, it's pretty warm in here. And then, on the last entry, the box toppled over. He broke his neck, and that was it. The camera recorded until either the memory card got too full or the battery had died. There's one thing I didn't tell the police after they showed me the video. One thing I heard in the footage that will haunt me until the day I die. Just after the tumble that broke his neck, I heard the familiar screeching sound of my garage door. During my early 20s, I worked as a meter reader in Iowa. I'm the person who records how much electricity, gas, or water you've used each month. The owner who signed up would give us consent and provide us with spare keys to enter if their meters were inside the house. Entering a home when nobody's there is something I never got used to. I hate basements. I've seen walls with roaches scurrying across, cobwebs so thick and dusty, rats and snakes and more strange things. But there was one basement that truly terrified me. It was an old apartment house. I entered the back door and found myself at the top of a staircase. I ran my hand along the wall until it grazed the light switch. I flipped the switch, but no lights turned on. I wasn't carrying a flashlight either, as a typical route involved 5 or 6 hours of walking. I did carry an old lantern with me, so I made my way down into the darkness. Once at the bottom, I discovered 2 doors. I chose the door on the right and found the meters in the far corner. As I entered the reads, I began hearing noises coming from the other room. Something was moving,
and there was whimpering that grew louder the longer I listened. I realized it was a dog and it sounded weak and distressed. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. At this point, the dog was scratching the other side of the door, and I felt helpless. And then, the sound stopped. I reported it when I got back into the office, but I couldn't shake the thought of it. So there I was, not long after, back within that basement. I kept my ears open for any sounds coming from the other room. This time I heard nothing, but I couldn't shake the memory of that dog. My curiosity got the best of me, and that is when I made a huge mistake. I tried to open the door. Blood-curdling screams unlike anything I've ever heard. I stumbled backwards, nearly losing my balance. Hello? Who's in there? There was no response, just screams. Are you okay? Do you need help? There was no doubt that I yelled loud enough for him to hear me, but he didn't want my help. He wanted me gone. I fumbled my way through the darkened room toward the exit. When I reached the top of the stairs, I just stood there, listening. Who would be alone inside that room? I finally left and I reported what I'd heard, but nothing came out of it. There was no sign of him the next month or even the next several months. I nearly given up on solving the mystery when a stroke of luck pulled me back in. One night I went to a concert with my friend Lara. After the show, I gave her a ride home. She just moved in, so she had to give me directions. I didn't pay much attention to where she was leading me until she pointed to a house a ways up the street. I couldn't believe it. She had moved into the house with the mysterious room in the basement. This may sound weird, but have you noticed anything odd about the basement at this? Yeah, a crazy guy lives down there. Finally, I had confirmation. She told me that even though she lived in the attic, she often heard him yelling late at night. She had actually met him. She saw him standing in the lawn. He stood perfectly still, with no expression on his face. Feeling a little creeped out, she just went in her car and left. And then, I finally met him myself. I entered the back door like I had before, but this time something was different. The light was on in the basement. I peered down the staircase, and at the bottom, a ragged-looking dog was staring back at me. Then, I noticed something else. Behind the dog, I could see a pair of bare feet. I should have left right then. At this point, my desire to finally get some answers outweighed my fear. I shakenly called out, meter reader. As I made my way down, more of him was revealed. He looked to be middle-aged. His head was shaved and his eyes were wild. I explained who I was and what I was doing there, and to my surprise, not only did he talk to me, but he actually sounded somewhat normal. I even started to doubt whether or not he was the same man I'd heard screaming. As I read the meters, he was constantly wringing his hands together and spastically cocking his head from side to side. The longer he talked, the more agitated he became. As I turned to head up the staircase, he could no longer hold it in. Screams, the very same unforgettable screams I'd heard coming from the locked room. I ran up the stairs as fast as my legs would carry me, flung the door open, and rushed back into the daylight. I told my friends about the experience, and when I finished telling my story, she told me about something she'd seen a week earlier. One day, she noticed lights flashing outside her window. She looked outside just in time to see police officers placing the man from the basement in the back seat of a squad car. She later found out from another tenant that he had attacked someone with a weapon, and that was the last they ever saw of him. I don't know what became of that man in the basement. I like to think that he got the help he needed. But maybe that's just because I'd rather not think about the alternative. Carly was searching for a nice laptop to buy on Craigslist. She was looking, searching around until she came across one in perfect condition for an extremely affordable price. Carly was thrilled. A laptop for this price in perfect condition too? She immediately emailed the guy who was selling it. asking questions about the computer, like the hardware specs, etc., just to make sure she wasn't getting scammed. He responded saying that it's hers. She was the first to respond to his offer, so Carly arranged a meeting to collect the laptop from him. Weirdly, he asked for her address, her name, and surname. Carly told him she's not exactly comfortable with giving her name and address to strangers. He seemed to be fine with it though. She was waiting for him at the university when suddenly, someone walks up to her. "Hey, are you Carly?" "Oh yeah, that's me. I have the laptop for you." "Awesome, thanks so much," she said. "Can I take a look at it?" After a brief check that everything on the laptop was working properly, she got the money out and the transaction was smooth. "Hey, I really appreciate it. I hope you have a nice day." "Thanks, you too." She left the university, went back home, and pretty much forgot about him. Everything was fine until this happened. Carly started doing her school project when she suddenly deleted one of her files by mistake. She opened the trash bin to get the file out and saw hundreds of photos of numerous girls. The photos had "My love" or "My darling" letterings near them, all circled with red marker. Carly thought that this guy must have been a dirty cheater, but then she discovered a creepy coincidence. All the girls looked exactly like her. She got scared and decided to take a walk. While she was walking at the park, she saw a tall figure in a black hood. Carly pretended not to see him, but she was tearing apart inside as the figure was getting closer and closer. She started picking up the pace, but the hooded man was right on her tail. Carly ran out of patience, left the park, and quickly hopped on the bus and made sure that this guy wasn't following her. When she was finally home, she called her brother over and told him about the creepy pictures and the scary figure she saw at the park. He calmed Carly down and she showed him the pictures on the laptop. He was absolutely disgusted. "What is wrong with this guy?" he said. Her brother was very familiar with computers and its mechanics, so he decided to check the laptop. He started doing something to it while Carly went to her room to take a nap. About an hour later, she heard a loud yell from outside. She got up, flustered, ran out the room, and found her brother sitting on the floor, looking at the laptop like it was some kind of monster. She noticed something on the floor. It was a tracker placed inside the laptop she bought from the man on Craigslist. Carly froze, and it was all adding up now. The laptop, the low price she bought it for, him asking for her full name and address. This guy placed the tracker in the laptop and he sold it to her so he could stalk her. And she was certain the scary figure she saw there was the same guy. Carly then realized that this whole week she was being stalked, never noticing anything. She and her brother rushed to the police immediately. They started asking her questions, but she realized that this guy's face was completely erased from her memory. She started to look him up on social media, but failed. The mysterious man she bought the laptop from on Craigslist suddenly vanished without a trace, and the police never contacted them again. To this day, Carly still thinks about that tracker placed inside the laptop, what he's been doing when he was following her, and what could have happened if she didn't leave the park immediately. Emma was 16 when she met Riley on the football field, where she was a junior cheerleader and he was a wide receiver 2 years her senior. When they first started dating, Riley was the perfectly polite young suitor who Emma's parents were initially happy with. But that soon changed. Emma's friends knew that Riley's escalating controlling behavior wasn't healthy, and they urged her to dump him. He was telling her how to dress and how to act. He would stand outside of her workplace for hours waiting. Originally, Emma was convinced her friends were wrong about him,
but she quickly got tired of making excuses for Riley's bad behavior. They would reunite, then rupture, then rebound again many times over their 2-year relationship, until she ended it for good. It started when Emma was at a party with her friends celebrating the Bobcats' football victory that day. Emma had only been there for a short while when she got a text message that read,
"Go to your car with your keys. Go alone."
It was from an unknown number. "Who is this?" Emma asked. Emma found her friend Zach and he accompanied her out to her car to see what was going on. They didn't see anyone or anything, so they returned to the party. Emma immediately got another text.
"What part of alone wasn't clear?"
Emma responds, "Yeah, I'm not, 'cause I don't know who this is." The messages suddenly turned threatening.
"I don't want to have to hurt a loved one."
What? Emma couldn't believe it. It had to be a joke.
"I've got someone you love. If you don't comply, I will hurt them. If you tell anyone about this, I'll hurt them still."
Emma thought someone was pranking her and decided to call their bluff. "Show me."
"No pictures. Stop playing around and do as I say. Drive to the bottom of the driveway. If you don't by 11:50, I will hurt them. Bring no one."
Emma became suspicious that she knew who was behind the messages. Her ex, Riley. "I know you're one of Riley's friends, but stop."
"I won't harm you. Just do as I say and he won't be hurt."
Emma wanted this to stop. "I'll just call the cops. I know you're Riley's friends. I'm not stupid and you won't hurt him. I'm blocking you."
"I'm no one's friend. We have him now. You have until 11:50.
"I know Riley put you up to this. I'm not dumb."
We have him currently. He hasn't put anyone up to anything. If you are okay with him getting hurt, that is your choice."
"I'm blocking you. This is BS."
"You may want to answer his call. We're letting him have his phone to call anyone before we hurt him. 4 minutes, call the police, and he dies."
Emma didn't answer.
"You've made your choice. If you like to hear his crying and screams, give him a call."
At 12:17 a.m., she got another message.
"He's in the ditch beside her house. It's a shame you can all of a sudden not value someone's life. You may want to check on him. Since you don't care, just let him lay there. He was unconscious when we left him."
Emma and Zach went outside for another look. They found Riley laying face down at the edge of the yard. They were soon joined by Emma's friends who weren't buying Riley's act and thought he was faking. Emma asked Riley what he was doing there. Riley acted confused as he sat up, holding his head. "I don't know how I got here. I was kidnapped." She wasn't lying when she said she wasn't stupid, but Emma didn't read danger into the situation. She just thought it made him look pathetic. She wanted him to leave her alone, but she would get one last text from the unknown number that night.
"That was your warning. We will be back. Next time, it will worsen. Humiliation is fun too, and watching you make him out to be a crazy person made our night. See you soon."
Emma didn't reply. The following day went unusual for Emma. She went to school and afterwards went home to change clothes before heading out to help her mom with volunteer work at the local elementary school. As she was changing, she noticed the man walking down the middle of the street. She couldn't see his face, but she could see him crossing the lawn toward her front door. Emma was alone and didn't know what to do. There was only one person close enough to come to her aid. Emma texted Riley. "I'm shaking and crying. I hate you, but I need you right now." Riley. "I'm coming. I'm speeding. Just give me a minute." Emma's mom, Jill, became concerned when she didn't show up as planned, so she drove home to see what was keeping her. She found Emma in the driveway being confronted by Riley. This angered and concerned Jill, who had banned Riley from their home after their last breakup. She ordered him to leave. Emma seemed rattled, genuinely afraid, and this worry was transmitted to her parents. But there were no further incidents that evening and the family turned in for the night. in the middle of the night. A loud noise woke Emma's father, Mark. Then it happened again. Mark got up to investigate. It had sounded like a slamming door, but nothing seemed amiss in the house, so he assumed it was his son and returned to bed. The next morning, Mark was the first one out of the door for work, as was usual. Later, Jill woke up the kids for school. Her mom went to check on Emma and got no response. Emma didn't seem to hear her shouts and wouldn't open her eyes when shaking her. Emma didn't appear to be breathing. Jill rushed to call emergency services. She was frantic by the time the call was answered, crying and talking so fast in her effort to summon her before it was too late. She told the operator that Emma was unresponsive and was transferred to paramedics. By the time she was put through, Emma's mother knew the truth. She was unresponsive, and she's gone. Police began to investigate the crime scene and soon discovered 2 bullet holes in Emma's bedroom walls. That was the 2 banging door sounds her father had heard in the night. Following the trajectory, police recovered 2 bullet casings in the yard outside Emma's bedroom. When asked who would want to hurt Emma, her parents immediately thought of one person: Riley. Riley took to all major social media platforms to tell the world of his great loss, his great pain, his great troubles, and to amp up the sympathy and attention, he put himself in the hospital overnight. While pouring his heart out to his best friends Noah and Alex, he shows them the gun he had stolen from his grandfather, the gun he lied about having, but Riley was quick to reassure them that the gun was for protection, and that's all. Ever since he was kidnapped and left for dead in a ditch, he just didn't feel safe. The gun provided that security. Alex and Noah shared their growing suspicions with detectives, who were interested to learn of the gun theft. The 2 boys agreed to surreptitiously record Riley talking about the gun and were ready to step in when Riley asked his friends to help him get rid of it. Police arrested Riley as he was about to ditch the gun in the Tennessee River and brought him into questioning. Riley's lies were exposed when he was confronted with the recordings. Those recordings would be played in court. Riley admitted to shooting Emma, but claimed he had never meant to hurt her. Like all his other stunts, he claimed he only intended to scare her so she would seek his guidance and protection, as she had before. Like his peers, the jury must have thought he was a poor actor, as it took them only 4 hours to find him guilty of first degree and stalking. He was sentenced to life in prison. When Gypsy Rose was just a child, she had many different illnesses, ranging from muscular dystrophy, leukemia, seizures, vision/hearing loss, and the list goes on. Thankfully, her mother Dee Dee was always there for her. The mother and daughter were beloved by their community. Even Habitat for Humanity built a house for them to aid with Gypsy's needs. For years, she would be on treatment, undergo surgeries, and be on medication, even sleeping with a breathing machine to help with her sleep apnea. But something strange was going on that nobody was aware of. You see, Gypsy Rose was always in a wheelchair despite being able to walk. And ever since she was a kid, she was fed through a tube, but never actually needed one. The person with the illness was never Gypsy Rose. It was her mother, Dee Dee, who made up all these disorders and lied to her own daughter her entire life. It started when she was an infant, spending time in a neonatal intensive care unit. At 8 years old, she fell off her grandfather's motorcycle and injured her knee. Although it was nothing serious, Dee Dee forced her to stay in a wheelchair so it wouldn't get worse. It wasn't until they moved to Missouri that neurologist Dr. Flasterstein realized that she doesn't have muscular dystrophy, and he suspected Gypsy Rose was the victim of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Her mother was making up everything and put her own daughter through so much pain when she was actually healthy.
Her teeth were rotting from the anti-seizure medication, and when he confronted her about past medical records, Dee Dee said all the documents were destroyed alongside their old home during Hurricane Katrina. Feeling attacked, Dee Dee made a mental note not to see Dr. Flasterstein anymore, and unfortunately, the neurologist didn't pursue this case further. Fast forward a couple years, Gypsy Rose, now 19, had been suspecting for a while that she never had any diseases and needed someone to save her. She would sneak out and ask the neighbor for help to bring her to the hospital, but Dee Dee would always intercept and convince them that her daughter had brain damage and didn't know what she was talking about. Without hesitation, people believed the mother, and Gypsy Rose found it impossible for anyone to listen. It got worse when one day she escaped to meet a guy at a sci-fi convention she had been chatting with online, and Dee Dee caught them together in a hotel room. Enraged, she smashed her computer, threatening her daughter that she will use the hammer on her fingers if she ever tried to escape again. For the next 2 weeks, Gypsy Rose was chained to her bed. Her fear of Dee Dee was at its peak, and she became desperate. During the night when her mother fell asleep, Gypsy Rose would go online to a dating website, and that is when she met Nicholas Goldjohn. He was a 23-year-old with multiple personalities and had a criminal record for indecent exposure. Her relationship with Nicholas grew quickly, and for over a year, they would message each other secretly on Facebook. Soon after, Gypsy Rose told him about the possibility of killing her mother and asked if he would help. In her mind, this was the only way to be free. Nicholas agreed, and he clearly wanted a future with Gypsy Rose and was willing to carry out that plan. It was June 2015. Nicholas came from Wisconsin to her house that night. They met at the door, and Gypsy Rose handed him a knife, duct tape, and gloves. Still asleep, he crept up to her bed, and it happened. Dee Dee screamed her daughter's name that she was being stabbed in the back. Gypsy Rose hid in the bathroom and covered her ears until it was all over. Dee Dee Blanchard was dead. They took about $4,000 that her mother had stashed away, and the two left the house in the middle of the night, believing they got away with their crime. Friends of Dee Dee had become worried when her Facebook account posted this message shown on their news feeds. The police obtained a search warrant and found Dee Dee's body inside along with the wheelchairs, but Gypsy Rose was missing. A neighbor of theirs knew she had a secret Facebook account, and the police were able to get Facebook to trace the IP address and found them in Wisconsin, where they surrendered and was arrested. The media covered the Dee Dee and Gypsy Rose story and the truth about her faking her daughter's illnesses. Dee Dee had been collecting thousands of dollars from foundations and disability checks from the government all these years. The two went on trial, and the jury had decided their fate. How did this man who lived in a 19-room mansion, worked as an accountant in a bank, and was a Sunday school teacher living a seemingly good life, suddenly take the lives of his entire family and disappear for 18 years? This is the story of how detectives finally caught John List after nearly 2 decades. It was 1971. John was in his late 40s when he found himself under a mountain of debt and lost his accounting job. He was skimming money from his mother's bank accounts to pay for the mortgage, while fearing that he could no longer support his family. He went bankrupt, but refused to go on welfare and didn't want his family to suffer in poverty. So he decided the only solution was to take the lives of his wife, 3 kids, and his own mother. In his words, "I did it to save their souls." He placed their bodies in sleeping bags, lining them up together in the ballroom. Immediately after, he wrote a 5-page confession letter to his pastor. The youngest one struggled a lot, and I'm sure many will say, how could anyone do such a horrible thing? But after it was over, I said some prayers for them all. That was the least I could do. He sent notes to the kids' schools saying that the family will be in North Carolina for several weeks to visit their sick grandmother. He closed all bank accounts, taking the rest of his mother's money, and stopped all mail, milk, and newspaper deliveries to the mansion. John lowered the thermostat in the house, played church music from the radio, and left to start a new life. Because John's plan was so methodical and his family was very reclusive in the first place, for over a month, nobody noticed anything. It wasn't until the neighbors saw the lights in the house burn out weeks after and realized it still hadn't been fixed, and they finally grew suspicious. The teachers also realized that the kids haven't returned to class and felt something was off. Police was called, and the investigation of John List and his family began. December 7th, 1971. Law enforcement entered the mansion through an unlocked window. Immediately, they felt how cold the place was and saw the bodies in the ballroom. They were all decomposing at this point. There was a trail of dried up blood leading to the bathroom. It looked like John didn't do that well when cleaning up the crime scene and left the mop and bucket inside the shower. The organ music was still playing, and soon after, they found the 5-page confession letter to his reverend. Police checked all around the room, and inside one of the drawers was the revolver and handgun he used. John List also meticulously cut out his face in every family photo. They found his car parked at the Kennedy National Airport, but there was no evidence of him boarding any flight. The detectives had no lead, and John List had disappeared without a trace. 1989. Although it's been nearly 2 decades, the New Jersey police never gave up on this case. Newspapers with his face continue to appear with the headline, "John List Still Not Found After This Many Years." It was possible he took his own life, but he could have also started a new one far away. Around this time, a show called America's Most Wanted was airing its first season and garnered a huge audience. That's when detectives contacted John Walsh, the creator of the show, in hopes to get this case on television. The plan was to tell the world about John List's crime and get someone to call in with information on his whereabouts. However, the last picture they had of him was from 1970. Nobody knew what he would look like 18 years later. That's when they hired Frank Bender, a master in forensic sculpting, to create a bust of an old John List. Forensic psychologists were also very important in helping Bender imagine List's new look. He carefully analyzed the man's entire history, his upbringing, his fears, and his genetics through pictures of his parents. And after many hours, the physical bust of John List was complete. It featured his hawk nose, receding hair, wrinkles, the sagging cheeks, and even the same scar behind his ear. Frank Bender also theorized that John List would still be wearing thick glasses, as it reminded him of his younger, wealthy self. To finish off his clay sculpture, Bender put on a pair of dark-rimmed frames different from the ones before he became a fugitive. And on May 29th, 1989, the John List episode aired on America's Most Wanted to over 20 million households. 9 days later, John List was arrested. His neighbor Wanda was watching the episode when she noticed some very striking similarities. An accountant, glasses, man in his 60s with the same facial features as that of the bust, and a churchgoer. She called the show's tip line phone number just in case.
Bob Clark, an accountant living in Richmond, Virginia, remarried to a woman named Dolores Miller, whom he met at a church gathering. Robert Peter Clark, real name John List. When confronted by detectives, he denied ever knowing such a man, but the evidence was all there. His fingerprints matched the ones on the firearms he used. And magnificently, he wore the exact same thick-rimmed glasses that Frank Bender had put on the bust. His new wife Dolores told her story of how they met, and after finding out the truth, she divorced him immediately. For months, he kept denying it. But on February 16, 1990, List confessed to his true identity. 18 years ago, he parked his car at the JFK airport, but instead of taking a flight, he took a train to Denver, Colorado to start another life under his new name. With everything finally revealed, he went on trial and the judge sentenced him to life in prison. In an interview in 2002, they asked List, "Why didn't you take your own life?" His answer? "Doing that would have barred me from heaven, as I wanted to reunite with my family."
I made it my resolution earlier this year to get back in shape. Unfortunately, I've had to work crazy hours, and by the time I get off work, the gyms are already closed. That changed when I was driving home at night and saw a gym sign saying, "Now open 24/7. I decided to pull up, grabbed my bag from the trunk, and headed inside. I almost turned around because there was no one at the front desk and literally no one in the gym either. Half the fluorescents were on and there was music playing, so I figured the employee was on a break or something, and I went to the locker room to get changed. Everything was a mess. The free weights were all over the place, yoga mats had come undone, cleaning bottles had all been knocked over, and one of them had leaked all over the treadmill. It just looked like the gym had been open all day and the employee had said, "Screw it, I'm not cleaning this mess." So I just hopped on the elliptical and started my workout. I was about 15 minutes in when the battery on my iPod finally died. At least there was music playing, some hip-hop song I've never heard of before. I could have sworn I heard something in the silence between songs, and that sounded like a whimper. But I convinced myself it was just the side effect of a creepy empty gym. That was my mistake. I went back to lifting weights when suddenly the power went out, but only for a second. To be honest, it scared me half to death. I nearly dropped the bar I was holding. As soon as the lights came back on, I was able to hear the whimpers I thought I heard earlier. It drew my attention to the supply closet near the main desk. I grabbed the free weight just in case, approached the door, and loudly asked, "You okay in there?" The whimpering stopped immediately, like the person on the other side was trying to conceal their presence. She looked like a student, 19, 20. She was wearing an employee t-shirt and was curled up in the far corner of the room. I tossed the weight aside and lifted my hands to show her I meant no harm, and she kinda just stared at me for a few seconds before she got this glint of recognition in her eyes. She got up briskly, grabbed my arm and said, "We have to get out of here now." I tried to explain that I needed to change, but she wouldn't hear it. She only stopped when I pointed out I left my car keys in my locker. I heard her whisper that there was no time, but she looked like she was weighing things in her mind. "Okay," she decided. "We'll go together, but we have to leave before it comes back." The word "it" caught my attention. It was about 11 p.m. and she hadn't seen a customer in over an hour. She was bored, so she started tidying up, putting the weights back in place, when all of a sudden, she heard the bar from the bench crash to the ground. She figured the last person who used it hadn't placed it back on the rack properly. She was sure someone was running around and making a mess and then dodging out of sight. She tried looking at the mirrors to try and catch them in the act. She caught a silhouette standing on the opposite side of the gym. All of a sudden, a weight was being thrown across the floor. Weights flew past her. She ducked into the nearby supply closet and tried to hide.
She could hear objects pelting against the door. There was a loud knock, and then it all went quiet. She sat there in horror for a few minutes before she mustered the courage to leave. But something was blocking the door. She couldn't see very well out of the crack, but it looked like one of the weight machines had been dragged all the way to the closet and had been dropped there. And then there was me, around midnight, entering the gym. Now I've got to be honest, there was nothing blocking the door to the supply closet when I got there. I don't know if she imagined it or if it got moved or what. That's why I was a little skeptical and why I was reluctant to believe her story. I was ready to dismiss the whole thing, but as we left the locker room and headed towards the front door, I ran into the gym, only to find the mirrors shattered into pieces, with not a soul in sight. The employee walked over and put a hand on my shoulder, urging me to leave. I wanted to. I really did, but I'd become rooted into the ground in horror. I swear to you on everything I hold dear, as I stood over those hundreds of broken chunks of mirror, I could see our reflections staring back at us from every angle. And in some of them, only some, I saw a dark figure standing behind us. It was a really busy night, and I was delivering pizza without any time to pause or even take bathroom breaks, when all of a sudden the urge to go pee hit me all at once. I pulled up to the next house, and it was an area I delivered in before, so I could immediately see that something wasn't right. All the lights were off in the house, not even the glow of a television or anything. The block was dead quiet. I called the number the customer provided, and the voice on the other end said, "Yeah?" She sounded out of breath. "Hey, it's your pizza out front, but there doesn't appear to be anybody home." "Yeah, I'm not home." I had to pee so badly that I was much less patient than I'd otherwise be with the customer right out the gate. "Well, then we're going to have to terminate the order because I've arrived in the stated delivery window and you were supposed to pay in cash, so I don't know what to tell you." I instantly regretted letting my bladder do the talking for me, but she responded, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was running down the street so I could barely hear you. I knew you were coming. Please don't leave. I'm starving. 5 minutes tops, okay?" Well, now I felt bad for snapping at her. No, my bad. No need to rush. See you when you get here." The safest bet was to use a bush in front of the woman's house. She wasn't home and the street light was out so no one would see me. I scurried over to the tallest bush in her front yard, about 4 feet from her door. I looked both ways, unzipped, and finally, thank God. After the initial millisecond of relief, I noticed the sound was way off. I started panicking, thinking I'd aimed wrong, but once I started, I can't stop midstream, so I kept squinting into the darkness to see if maybe I was hitting a rock or something and could just move a few inches over. All of a sudden, I heard a way more concerning noise. What the fuck? Before I could turn around, assuming I'd been caught by a neighbor, a man came leaping out of the bushes. He blew past me, brushing my golden shower off him as he spit pretty emphatically on the ground. I think I might have beamed him right in the face. I didn't remember what he was saying because I was still in shock, but after a few minutes, I do remember hearing a car screech out from a bit further away. I was so frozen that I didn't even put my junk away, and I just stood there trying to figure out what had happened. That man was wearing a hoodie in 90-degree weather. That was a bad man. You're in a bad situation, I said to myself. I turned on the flash on my phone and tried to peer around the line of shrubbery. And that is when I saw the bag. There was a tattered drawstring bag sitting behind the bushes. Once I maneuvered it over and pulled it open, I saw a sharp knife, a roll of duct tape, and a bottle of pills. I dropped the bag, booked it across the street, and slammed the pedal before the door was even closed all the way. I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour store. Who do I call first, the police or the girl? But then I thought, what if the girl on the phone was just a decoy to get me there to rob me? She called me out of breath, she wasn't home, the whole thing was off. I called 911 and the operator assured me that someone would be there soon. My rational mind said the odds of her being a decoy girl for some large scam targeting pizza guys were low, and the odds of her being an intended victim were a lot higher. I took 911 off mute and told them I had returned to look for the girl. They weren't happy about that, but I saw her meandering past the parked cars and in the street looking to see if one was mine. I waved her down and I kept whispering, "Get in! Get in! Oh, you want me to get the pizza from the back? Look, there was a man in your bushes. I'm on the phone with the police. I don't know where he is right now. Just please get in the car so we can lock the doors." I thought that was why she got in the car with no further explanation, but it turns out that wasn't entirely it. "You still there? Is she with you?" 911 kept checking in, not knowing who the third party I was talking to was. I reassured them, and we drove more cautiously this time to a location the police instructed us to wait as to speak with the police after they cleared the area. They came pretty soon after, and I gave them a statement telling them everything I observed. It turns out the reason she got into a strange pizza guy's car without probing any deeper into the story is because she knew who the man was right away from my description. She had a psycho ex-boyfriend who was apparently crazy enough that he immediately came to mind from hearing, "There's a guy in your bushes." She later called us to thank me and insisted to leave a huge tip. That was easily one of the creepiest things that has ever happened to me, on the job or off. So to that crazy ex-boyfriend in the bushes that I accidentally peed on, let's not meet again.
Dave Krupa moved to Omaha, Nebraska after the 12-year relationship with the mother of his 2 children ended. He needed a fresh start, so he began working at an auto repair shop and decided to try online dating. He started going on dates with a girl named Liz and some other women, but made it clear he just wanted to keep things casual. While working one day, a woman named Carrie came to the repair shop, and immediately her beauty caught Dave's eye. A 37-year-old single mother. He asked her out, they had a great time, and she ended up going to his apartment that night. Carrie told Dave she didn't want a serious relationship, and immediately Dave thought to himself, "Wow, I really hit the jackpot with this one." As Carrie left Dave's apartment the next morning, she passed by Liz in the hallway, a woman Dave was seeing for the past several months. She had stopped by to grab some of her belongings from his place. About 2 weeks later, Dave received a text from Carrie at work. She requested to move in with him. Dave was confused, since they've only started dating and discussed earlier how they both wanted to keep the relationship casual. He texted back declining her request. "Fine. I hate you. I'm dating someone else. I don't want to see you anymore," Carrie replied. The sudden change in attitude caught him off guard. "Geez, guess I dodged a bullet with that one," Dave thought to himself. At the same time, Carrie's mother Nancy, someone she talks to every day, also received strange texts, including one that wrote she moved to Kansas for her new job, and she will be picking up her son Max from her soon. Nancy tried calling her daughter for clarification, but she never answered the phone. She just continued texting. Carrie even went as far as to not show up for a family wedding and her own father's funeral. Something was definitely off, so Nancy reported the case to the police of a potential missing person. She mentioned Carrie's bipolar, so officers thought she must be on a manic episode. Dave continued receiving close to 100 heinous text messages from Carrie. "I hate you so much that I want to drive a knife in your heart. I will do what I can to make you suffer. You're such a horrible person." A notable email he got said, "My favorite thing to do is stand outside your window and stare at you." Liz, the woman Dave ended up being in a relationship with, was constantly mentioned in texts as well. She also received disturbing messages from Carrie, which confused both of them because the only interaction the 2 women ever had was in that hallway at Dave's apartment. 10 days later, Liz files a report to the police and tells Dave that Carrie found her garage, vandalized, and spray painted these words on the walls. Now there's 2 reports filed on Carrie. One reported of a missing person, and the other, a stalking incident. When one night as Dave was walking home, he recognized Carrie's car parked outside as he had worked on it at the repair shop all those months ago.
Freaked out, he takes a picture of the car and the license plate and immediately sends it to the police. They came but couldn't find her anywhere in the neighborhood. After checking the car, they did find a single fingerprint on a mint container. However, evidence showed it didn't belong to Carrie or anyone on their database. Dave then gets an insane email from Carrie, containing a photo of what looks like a woman tied up. I have Liz tied up in the trunk of a car. You need to tell her that you hate her and that she's a otherwise, I'll kill her. Dave was so numb to these messages, he didn't freak out. Hey, by chance, were you tied up and thrown in the trunk of a car? To which Liz denied that ever happening. Carrie's mother was losing hope. I am sorry I missed the funeral, Carrie texted. The only way I will know it is you is if you call me and I hear your voice, Nancy responds. Carrie's son Max was equally as suspicious. This person texting is not his mother. He sends her a message and quickly gets a response. Hey little man, how are you? Max asks the stranger 3 questions. 1. What is my middle name? 2. What was our first boxer's name? 3. Who was my best friend as a little kid? No response. On Carrie's Facebook account, this message gets posted. I have answered enough questions to prove myself to everyone. I am done. You can't either believe I am your daughter, mother, sister, and friend that you have known your whole life, or you can just leave me alone. I have proven myself over and over, and I'm done. I left on my own free will, and I am sick of everyone giving me a hard time for doing what I needed to do. I am not missing. I just don't want to come home right now. I am a grown woman, and if I feel like leaving home, I have the right. I asked my son Max, Maxwell James, to come with me, but you didn't want to. So when I am ready to come back home, I will. I am sorry for hurting everyone and just up and leaving. I know I have upset some of you, but I needed to do this for me. Sorry, and I hope someday you can forgive me. I love you all very much, but I need time still to sort things out. August rolls around and Liz calls Dave in a panic. Her house was set on fire and burned down completely. All her belongings, along with her pets, had perished. Dave rushes to see her, freaking out. Officers inquired more information, saying this fire was definitely intentional. You think they were married with how much she's stalking me. She will not leave me alone. I just wish she would go away, Liz tells them. Dave, still distraught, is comforted by Liz, reiterating that they will be supporting one another no matter what. Without evidence of where Carrie could be, the case turned cold, and 2 years passed by. In 2015, 2 detectives, Avis and Doty, decided to look back into the case, but this time through the lens of if Carrie was even alive, in which they found no reason to believe so. Nobody had seen her, spoken to her on the phone, and her bank account was left untouched for the past 2.5 years. When they looked through the files, the name Liz Goyer seemed to continuously show up. There were never messages about this woman until Carrie went missing. Dave and Liz had given permission back in 2013 to have the contents of their phone downloaded when they first reported Carrie stalking them. They noticed Dave had received tens of thousands of texts from Carrie over the span of 2 years, and one specific image was found on Liz's phone gallery. It was a photo of Carrie's Ford Explorer, the one Dave took a picture of and sent to the police. And when looking through the data, the photo was taken a month prior to when Dave contacted the police about it. They noticed Liz had called Carrie's phone 6 times using *69 to block her caller ID, even though she claimed their only interaction was at that hallway. There was another photo of Liz duct taped in a car, but it was taken on Liz's phone, presumably using a self-timer. They decided to check the car again, thoroughly this time, and what they uncovered were bloodstains beneath the passenger seat. Liz became their prime suspect, and coincidentally, she files another report. She now believes that their stalker was Dave's ex of 12 years, Amy, the mother of his children, and that she killed Carrie. Shortly after, Dispatch gets another call. This time, Liz had been shot in the leg at Big Lake Park in Council Bluffs. At first, she said she had no idea who it was and she couldn't get a good look, but then immediately changed her story, saying it was Amy and that she probably stole Dave's gun he had been keeping for protection. Detective Avis was immediately suspicious and didn't believe her story. They couldn't find evidence of anyone else at the park. They concluded that Liz must have shot herself. Detective Avis goes to Dave's apartment and tells him that he suspects his stalker to be his current girlfriend, Liz. And then, it all clicked for him. That's why those texts from Carrie knew what exactly he was doing. He couldn't believe she went to vandalize his shop, her own home, set her own house on fire, and killing her pets. And she shot herself in the leg. Detectives concluded it would have taken Liz 40 to 50 hours a week sending the amount of emails and texts she did to Dave. They brought her into interrogation. The IP address from the emails redirected back to Liz's address. The DNA in the blood-stained car seat belonged to Carrie, and they found the fingerprint from the mint packet in the car to be Liz's. And the final damning evidence was when they found an SD card in her tablet carrying thousands of deleted images, one of which was of Carrie's decomposing body. Even when confronted with all the evidence, Liz denied everything. The lies, deceit, and the amount of effort to trick Dave these past 2.5 years into staying by her side, while simultaneously tarnishing Carrie and his ex-wife's name, will never be understood. In 2017, Liz Goyer was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. On January 14, 2018, Jordan Turpin escaped through the window of her home at 5 a.m. and ran away down the neighborhood. She was shaking uncontrollably, grasping on an old cell phone her brother had, and proceeded to dial 911. The dispatcher picks up.
This is 911. Do you have an emergency?
I just ran away from home. I live in a family of 15, and we have abusing parents. Did you hear that?
Okay, how did they abuse you?
They hit us, they throw us across the room, they yank out our hair. I have my two little sisters right now are chained up.
Okay, I'm going to connect you to the sheriff's department so that they can help
What?
you. One moment, don't hang up.
A deputy arrived to meet up with Jordan wearing a body cam and asked some clarifying questions. Are you on medication? What is medication? She reiterated that her parents have chained up her sisters because they stole mother's food. If they noticed her missing, they will definitely cover it up. The bewildered deputy asked if she had any pictures to prove these claims, and immediately she says, "Yes, I do." She didn't at first, but her sister told her to take pictures as evidence. "Make sure you save that, okay?" he told her. At 7:23 a.m., police arrived to the Turpin house. They knocked on the door for over 2 minutes, and then it opens. The mother and father peek out. "Hello, we got a call to do a welfare check here." A warrant wasn't needed because children were in danger. Immediately, the mother began to breathe heavily. Both confused, the deputies entered the Turpin house. What they witnessed inside was one of the strangest cases they've ever come across. The atrocious smell of human feces, trash everywhere, food covered in mold, dead pets, and that was just the environment they were in. The Turpin household had a total of 13 biological children, 3 of which deputies saw with their own eyes chained to their beds. They thought the siblings were all mere kids, but over half of them were already adults. The youngest, a 2-year-old, and the eldest, 29. Every single one of them looked extremely malnourished, had bruises all around their bodies, and they were covered in dirt. Deputies immediately arrested the parents. Louise Turpin exclaimed, "Is that what this is about?" "Well, that's part of it," a deputy responds. All the siblings were then transferred to a hospital where they were fed and taken care of. The first time any of them felt any freedom and security.
David and Louise Turpin, charged for abuse, torture, and false imprisonment of their children and dependent adult. They had many children because in their religious beliefs, God called on them to do so. The Turpin family had moved several times, from Fort Worth, Texas to Rio Vista and to Paris, California in 2014. They were actually deciding to move once again, and that's when Jordan Turpin knew she had to escape and call the police. Aside from their neighbors growing suspicions of their mostly invisible family, the public saw the Turpin household as a fun family, seeing pictures of them at Disneyland and other social events on Facebook. Upon moving to California, David Turpin registered his homeschool named Sandcastle Day School. It was quite simple, really. There were no requirements to submit assessments of their academic progress or show any evidence of homeschooling. A cruel and manipulative tactic, as their children literally had zero education, resulting in an extremely limited vocabulary, and combined with their isolation from the outside world, made it seemingly impossible to report their situation to authorities, let alone escape it. The kids were allowed to eat only once a day and bathe once a year. They would be chained to their beds up to 2 months at a time, only let go to brush or use the restroom. However, if the situation was urgent, they would end up defecating and lay in their filth until it was cleaned up at a later time, hence the atrocious stench of the house. Furthermore, the parents taunted and tormented their kids by leaving out pies, boxes of Krispy Kreme donuts, and candy to tempt them. However, if any dared to grab it, they would be chained to their beds immediately and beaten. The food would never be eaten either. It was just left to rot inside the box. What they were permitted to eat and survive on: peanut butter and bologna sandwiches. The eldest child, 29-year-old Jennifer Turpin, weighed a shocking 82 pounds. And Louise's terrible excuse on not feeding her kids pointed to fears of her family's medical history with diabetes. On February 2019, David and Louise Turpin, after over 2 decades, were finally sentenced for their malicious acts, guilty to 14 counts of torture, abuse, and false imprisonment of their children and dependent adult. David Turpin was also charged with perjury with the California Department of Education for asserting that his children were being educated in their home school. In court, they continually said their behaviors were because of their religion, and that God called on them to do these actions, and they never intended to hurt their children. Both parents were sentenced to 25 years to life in prison.
In October of 2018, Phoenix Luna visited Yuka Takoka's bar. Just like Yuka, Phoenix was a host at a club called Fusion that was located nearby. The only difference was that its clients were women. Apparently, Yuka immediately became interested in the handsome 20-year-old, so much so that she began to visit Phoenix's club regularly. Yuka was not shy to use her money to spend time with her crush. Reportedly, Yuka Takoka used as much as 1 million yen, or about $10,000 a week, quickly making Phoenix one of the highest-ranking hosts in the club. Although dating between a client and a host was not allowed, Yuka and Phoenix began to see each other outside work, and even then, Yuka was the one paying for everything. The thing is that Yuka was not really a rich girl. She had a nice amount of money saved up on her account, but she quickly used all of that to be with Phoenix. And when Yuka realized she was living way beyond her means, she turned to other, more drastic sources of income instead of slowing down. While Yuka's job at the club had been to entertain without any aspects, she now began to go on dates with older men and did something called delivery health. As prostitution is illegal in Japan, ordering a health girl to your home is a way to bend the rules. Technically, only intercourse in exchange for money is prohibited, which is why the health girls provide any other kind of services to their customer. But of course, as what happens behind closed doors is not monitored, many girls offer full service to get more money, and Yuka was not an exception.
Even though Yuka did all of that to be happy with her crush, she was slowly but surely destroying her mental health in the process. There was no doubt Phoenix enjoyed spending time with Yuka, and she wanted to visit him at the club. After all, she was willing to spend a huge amount of money on him and take care of all expenses wherever they went. When Yuka then confessed her love to Phoenix in April of 2019, he replied by saying he liked her too. He planned to quit his job and move in with her, and then they would get married. To Yuka, those words were like a drug. She was addicted to Phoenix and did not want anything else in the whole world. However, the problem was that Phoenix never lived up to his promises. In May of 2019, Yuka paid a 2 million yen down payment for an apartment close to the Fusion Club and bought Phoenix a Honda for another 2 million yen, as he had requested. Meanwhile, Phoenix continued working as a host and started dating other women. He was seen by Yuka's friends with a number of girls outside of work, which suggested they were not his clients. In addition, when Yuka would call Phoenix, she often heard other girls giggling in the background, and still, she wanted to make it work. On May 20th, 2019, Yuka and Phoenix visited a shop called Nitori before heading to their new apartment. Yuka had most likely been very excited to spend the first night together in their new home, but her mood quickly changed as Phoenix did not pay any attention to her. Instead, he was on his phone and sleeping the whole time, leaving Yuka hurt, frustrated, and increasingly desperate. She had been building this fantasy world in her mind with Phoenix by her side, but when the relationship did not work similarly in real life, Yuka's obsessive love took a dark turn. 3 days later, on May 23rd, Yuka talked with her coworker about her problems with Phoenix and the lack of affection from his side. Yuka tried to call Phoenix as they were supposed to meet up, but instead, she found out he had made plans with another female client from the club. At that moment, Yuka's entire world shattered. Phoenix had originally said he would come to Yuka's apartment around noon, but he showed up at about 3 p.m. Apparently, the two chatted for a bit before Phoenix had a bath and lay down for a nap to recharge after a night of work. Nothing in the earlier conversation could have prepared him for what was about to happen. While Yuka has not said anything, she had actually gone through Phoenix's phone and found an intimate photograph of him with another woman, confirming her worst fear. Feeling more desperate than ever before, Yuka made sure Phoenix was asleep before she walked to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and headed to the bedroom. There, she got on top of the sleeping young man and plunged her knife into his stomach. As Phoenix awoke to the strange, uncomfortable feeling, he saw the large knife in his stomach, the blood on the bedsheets, and Yuka standing there staring at him and asking if he loved her. Terrified, Phoenix replied by saying he did love her and would stay with her forever. But as soon as Yuka relaxed a bit, Phoenix grabbed his phone, hit her in the face, and ran out of the apartment. Unfortunately, he just did not get that far. By the time Phoenix reached the first floor lobby, he had lost so much blood that he collapsed to the floor and passed out. The last thing Phoenix saw before everything went black was Yuka kneeling over him. When the police arrived at the scene shortly after, at about 3:50 p.m., they found Yuka Takoka covered in blood, sitting next to her bleeding victim while casually smoking a cigarette and talking on her phone. Yuka showed little to no emotion or remorse when she was arrested, although another picture that was taken while she was sitting in the back of a police car captured her with a huge, excited smile as if she was proud of what she had done. When police then questioned her motives, Yuka replied, "I thought that was how I could be with him." Meanwhile, a severely injured Phoenix was taken to the hospital, where he remained in critical condition for 5 days. The doctor only gave him a 20% chance of survival. To everyone's surprise, he eventually recovered. As soon as Phoenix was released from the hospital, he tweeted. In an interview, he said he did not hold a grudge against Yuka, and even agreed she had a reason to stab him.
According to Phoenix, he had always seen his relationship with Yuka as a host-client kind of thing, and had never agreed to be exclusive. Yuka pleaded guilty to all charges at the Tokyo District Court. On December 3rd, 2019, she was sentenced to 3 years and 6 months. Phoenix asked the court to give her a lighter sentence after receiving a 5 million yen settlement. The judge saw Yuka's actions as incredibly selfish, and due to her clear intention to kill, prison time was unavoidable. She will be released sometime in 2023 or 2024.
Lindsay was 22 when she traveled from Britain to Japan to become an English teacher at the Nova Language School in Tokyo. She was living with her 2 roommates, and on March 26th, as she left for work, that would be the last time they see her. 6 days earlier, Lindsay was getting ready to go home from work when a man named Tatsuya approached her and told Lindsay she was his English teacher. Lindsay knew her students' faces well and told him that he has the wrong person, and proceeded to ride her bike back to her apartment. Upon arrival, she turns around to find that he followed her back, chasing after her. He asked if she can be his tutor, as he wanted to study abroad, and also if he can get a glass of water. Maybe he's just eccentric, she thought, so he was invited inside. Her roommates were home, so she made sure he was seen by them. While they were chatting, Tatsuya sketched a picture of Lindsay and wrote down his full name and email. On Saturday, March 24th, they met at a cafe for their tutoring session. After their English lesson was over, Tatsuya claimed he forgot his wallet and needed to get it. He invited Lindsay inside his apartment, located in the east of Tokyo. Lindsay told the taxi driver to wait for her outside as it would only take a second. But after 7 minutes, the driver noticed that there were no signs of her coming out, so he left. Lindsay's father received a call from the Nova Language School staff saying she hadn't shown up at work for the last 2 days. Her roommates contacted the police, and on record, they noticed Ichihashi had a previous stalking incident. Now they had proper cause to go inside, and a total of 9 police officers were outside at Ichihashi's apartment. As one of the officers opened the door, Tatsuya bursted out of the apartment. He jumped down the stairs to the lower level and quickly escaped into the streets. While investigating the apartment, police saw a bathtub on the balcony of the building. It was filled with sand and compost soil. What they discovered was Lindsay's body decomposing with clear signs of strangulation. Neighbors were called hearing a loud metal noise in the middle of the night, so that must have been Tatsuya dragging his bathtub onto the balcony. Police were unable to capture him, and news of Tatsuya quickly spread, with 30,000 wanted posters distributed all across Japan. Cardboard cutouts were placed around Tokyo, and even depictions of him in woman disguises were plastered everywhere. However, Tatsuya evaded the police so well that weeks turned into months. Lindsay's parents had flown to Japan, frustrated as there were still no updates on her daughter's killer. Lindsay's father even offered members of the Yakuza he had met at a bar bottles of whiskey, asking for their assistance. The Japanese police were under scrutiny for having 9 police officers let Tatsuya get away, and unfortunately, the investigation turned cold, and then 2 years had passed. Still on the run, Tatsuya had traveled from the northern region Aomori down to Okinawa and then settled in Osaka. The Japanese media and police released a new photograph of Ichihashi, stating they believe he had plastic surgery and to keep an eye on key defining characteristics on Tatsuya's face. The reward for capturing him went from 1 million yen to 10 million yen. And by this time, Tatsuya had already changed his appearance through self-mutilation, cutting off the moles on his cheek with a box cutter. He used scissors to cut off part of his lower lip, and even altered the shape of his nose using a sewing needle. For 13 months, he worked jobs in construction sites to pay for his plastic surgeries, altering his face even further. He removed his fingerprints, gained weight, and hopped around internet cafes under a new identity to stay the nights. It wasn't until one of his plastic surgeons realized the man he worked on was the culprit, and he tipped off the police after Ichihashi made the fatal error of doing a before and after photo. His cover was blown, and Tetsuya knew he needed to escape. On November 10th, as he fled to the ferry port heading to Okinawa, a worker recognized him from the new image posted and immediately contacted security. Shortly after, Tetsuya was caught by officers and arrested moments later. Before his trial in 2011, he had published an autobiography detailing his 2.5 years on the run and what he had to do to avoid detection. The court case was publicized all over Japanese media, where 32-year-old Tetsuya admitted to luring Lindsay into his apartment and strangled her, leaving the body inside the bathtub on the balcony. In front of the court, he fell to his knees and apologized. "I did not intend to kill her, but I am responsible for her death. I am very sorry for what I did," he said. The Hawker family urged the court to give him the death penalty. However, because he had no prior criminal record, the court opted to sentence him to life in prison instead. Lindsay's father spoke to the media and said, "We have waited 4.5 years to get justice for Lindsay. We are very pleased, and I would also like to thank the Japanese people. We would not have got this far without everyone's help. Lindsay loved Japan, and you have not let her down. Thank you." Susanoo Denpa Shonen was aired on the Nippon TV network in 1998. Till this day, it's known as one of the most evil and inhumane reality shows to ever exist. Tomoaki was a struggling comedian in his 20s desperate for fame, when one day he was selected to take part in an unknown reality show. He decided to take on this challenge, completely unaware of the immense struggle he was about to face. Producers painted the experience as an experiment. They even told Tomoaki that the show may not air. He was tasked with documenting his day-to-day experiences for them to be reviewed. Just, he had no idea that these videos would be live-streamed to the world. The moment he entered the small room, producers took away his clothes, food, and outside communication. Instead of being known by his name, Tomoaki was called Nasubi, the Japanese word for eggplant. Throughout the entirety of the broadcast, an animated eggplant was put on screen to cover his privates for television audience. The tiny room was filled to the brim with magazines, where the goal of the show was to survive by applying to their sweepstakes in the hopes to win prizes until he reached the combined total of 1 million yen, allowing him to exit the room. Over the course of the entire broadcast, Nasubi submitted an average of 1,400 applications a week. Immediately, his biggest challenge was starvation. He would go days without a single meal until he finally won a 5-kilogram bag of rice. But there was no pot for him to cook it in. Nasubi tried eating the grains raw but knew it wouldn't work. Until he figured out a way to use one of the fiber jelly containers he won previously to put on the stove and cook the rice. If it wasn't rice he won, he was eating dog food for an extended amount of time. He did win a can of meat sauce, but couldn't open it without a can opener or a knife. Day in and day out, he would spend his time applying for sweepstakes and answering the phone. Some bigger prizes he won consisted of a couple thousand yen, a stationary bike, a TV that only showed static because he had no antenna and connection, and a toothbrush and toothpaste so he can finally brush 3 months into the challenge. He never won himself some clothes, aside from a pair of women's underwear that was many sizes too small. So, he opted to stay naked. The show was gaining popularity at a rapid pace with over 17 million viewers in Japan. pranking him by having food delivery men knock on the door with delicious meals that weren't intended for him to mock him and get his hopes up. It became a problem quickly, so producers blindfolded Nasubi and transferred him far from the original location and into a near identical room. And once again, he went back to applying for sweepstakes. After 6 months, he made over 500,000 yen and submitted close to 40,000 sweepstakes entries. He reached the breaking point. Nasubi began pleading to the camera, saying everything around me is literal junk. These prizes are worthless, descending deeper into madness after months of bad luck, barely winning anything. Producers decided to relocate him once again. Fortunately, this new place brought upon good luck as Nasubi started winning prizes again. He had a tent to sleep in, a PlayStation, 10,000 yen in gift vouchers, and a set of car tires. After spending 335 days alone in a room, live-streamed in front of millions, Nasubi finally reached a combined total of 1 million yen. It was over. He completed this grueling challenge and is finally free. Or so he thought. The show became so popular that producers didn't want it to end just yet. They took him to South Korea for a victory vacation, but the catch was that he was now tasked to win enough money to buy a first-class flight back home to Japan. Because Nasubi was already accustomed to this lifestyle, he complied and got the money after a couple months. In the final act of malice, once Nasubi flew back to Japan, he was again taken to another tiny room. It looked like the nightmare was going to begin all over again. Nasubi simply began to take off his clothes, and all of a sudden, the walls of the room abruptly collapsed, and he was greeted with cheers from a live audience congratulating him on finishing the show. Thoroughly confused as the comedian completed this torturous challenge, yet he had no idea that everything was being broadcasted live for millions to watch. Jane worked in mental health care for the past 18 years, primarily supporting individuals with psychotic illnesses. For 9 years, she was employed at a group home, and she became close with her coworkers. They also grew close to another colleague, Mai, a shy, timid, and friendly woman who struggled with her own mental health issues. Mai had a history of schizophrenia, but assured them that she was stable and medicated. Despite frequent sick leaves, Mai stayed connected by joining after-work gatherings. Jane wasn't concerned about her diagnosis, having worked with patients experiencing similar conditions. The summer of 2023, she began working at a new facility focused on forensic psychiatry. Mai confided in them about being evicted. She claimed she had accidentally entered her neighbor's apartment one night, and the situation escalated unfairly due to her own mental health history. At the time, Jane lived in a small apartment with her 2 cats. Sympathizing with her, Jane offered her a place to stay when she asked, as she was homeless. Mai moved into the living room, declining her offer to replace the couch with a bed. Jane did what she could to make her comfortable, buying her a coffee machine since she was a heavy coffee drinker and smoker. She reminded Mai that she struggled with insomnia and epilepsy, explaining how vital sleep was for her well-being, especially on nights before early shifts. Mai assured her that she would be quiet, but this quickly became a recurring issue. The first night, Mai woke up frequently to smoke, and at 5 a.m. began making coffee. She politely asked her to wait until 6 a.m. for future mornings, but this pattern continued. Despite the suggestions of alternatives like preparing coffee the night before, Mai insisted on her routine. And over time, her disregard for boundaries, late-night noise, and inconsiderate behavior escalated. She binge-ate Jane's food, left her hair and nail clippings scattered in the bathroom, and showed little respect for cleanliness. One night, Jane came home to find the water bowls of her cats bone dry, an unsettling indication of neglect.
Jane's cats, who were typically affectionate, started avoiding her, which made her uneasy. She even ruined the sentimental saucepan that belonged to Jane's grandmother without showing any remorse. And on top of all this, Jane discovered Mai had been stealing her prescribed sleeping pills, essential for managing her insomnia. Confronting Mai only led to more denials and silence. One evening, an old classmate reached out to Jane and revealed that Mai's eviction wasn't due to an innocent mistake. She had broken into her neighbor's apartment and was found standing over their baby with a knife, an event Jane had no knowledge of. Mai's mental health seemed far more unstable than she let on, but Jane still felt trapped by the agreement they had, and she had 30 days before she had to move out. Over the next few weeks, Mai's behavior became increasingly erratic. She ignored her requests for being quiet, continued to mess up the apartment, and behaved in ways that made her feel unsafe. She unplugged the coffee maker to stop her from waking her up in the early hours, but Mai retaliated by making coffee in the saucepan. Things took a terrifying turn when she woke up in the middle of the night to find Mai standing in the doorway silently watching Jane and her boyfriend. Mai just stood there, staring with her long black hair obscuring her face. When Jane asked what she was doing, she slammed the door and ran off. The next morning, she found a kitchen knife lying on the floor where Mai had been standing. Terrified for her safety and her cats, Jane finally decided it was time for Mai to leave. She enlisted a friend to be with her when she broke the news, fearing that things might escalate. Mai didn't react verbally but left the apartment in a daze. She later accused Jane of disrespecting her by bringing something into her space. That night, instead of coffee, Jane woke up to find her burning dry coffee grounds in a frying pan, a scene that reinforced the suspicion that she had stopped taking her medication and she was descending into psychosis. The following day, Mai had an appointment with her psychiatrist. While she was gone, Jane packed up her belongings and told her that she needed to pick them up. Jane offered to pay for a hostel for the remainder of her 30 days, hoping to end things peacefully. Fortunately, Mai didn't argue and returned her keys without confrontation. Months passed, and Jane learned from mutual friends that Mai's mental health had declined severely. She had stopped taking her medication, which led to a full-blown psychotic episode. Mai set her apartment on fire, believing that she needed to burn everything to save her loved ones. Neighbors tried to save her, but she resisted, pouring alcohol in the flames to make the fire worse, and she was eventually arrested for aggravated arson and will be spending a long time in a mental institution, possibly the same type of facility where they both once worked.
Dwayne is a single father looking to find a mother for his son, when one day he met Tausha, a single mother who worked at the daycare his son was in. Tausha and Dwayne started talking, and immediately they hit it off. And within a month, Dwayne wanted Tausha and her daughter to move in with him. His mother was feeling a little suspicious about the move, and Tausha in general, since things were going a little too quickly. But it wasn't until Dwayne's son Bubba started having stomach issues. Dwayne and his mother found out that Tausha was giving Bubba laxatives several times a day, but she explained that those were just the pharmacist's instructions. She said she was giving Bubba magic water to heal his stomach issues, and that was when the first red flags really started to show.
There were letters in the mail for Tausha coming in that had a different last name.
So Dwayne decides to do his own research on this woman he's been dating, and he finds an old marriage license. Tausha Fields had been married to a man named Mitch Kemp in Missouri, but she's told Dwayne that she had never been married before. So once Dwayne confronted her about it, she confessed that she had been married a total of 5 times by the age of 30. At this point, Dwayne had already lost trust with Tausha, but they continued dating. So fast forward a few months later, Tausha calls Dwayne and pleaded him to help her ex-boyfriend Keith after finding out that he OD'd on drugs. First of all, Dwayne had never heard of this man before, but he complied and brought him to the hospital. So once Keith made a full recovery, Dwayne questions him about Tausha and her background, to which Keith tells him that she once drunkenly confessed that her husband, Greg, killed a man in Missouri on her behalf. But they both thought that the story was too wild to be true. She lies more efficiently than she breathes. She's a pretty dangerous person because she doesn't look it, Keith warns him. A few months later, Dwayne found out for himself and broke up with Tausha after he caught her cheating on him with another man. Furious, he kicks her out of the house and goes into Tausha's MySpace account that was still logged in, and there he finds messages from years ago, specifically from Mitch Kemp's family, asking Tausha if she knows what happened to him. Immediately, he thinks about the marriage license and how maybe she was telling the truth about her ex-husband, Greg, killing a man in Missouri. He goes to the police, telling them everything he knows, and they take on this investigation. The only problem is that she moved to Alabama to be with another man. After police tracked Tausha down, they bring her in for questioning. Tausha tells the detective she and her first husband, Mitch, were married for 8 months, and after fighting over the custody of their daughter, she left without knowing anything about what happened to him. At this moment, it was said that Mitch was still missing. There were no movements in his bank accounts or activity with his social security number. When did you leave Greg, your other ex-husband? Oh, that's been a couple of years ago. What type of person is Greg? I have nothing bad to say about him. After a lot of pressure from the police, she decided to change her story and said that Greg was a horrible and angry man. Okay, so if I thought he had done something to Mitch, it wouldn't surprise you? Do you think he's capable of doing something like that? I mean, he hurt me, he could do anything. What did he do? Let it out. Tausha confessed that Greg killed Mitch. She told the investigator that she was having an affair with her ex-husband, and Greg shot him to death in a jealous rage at his 40-acre farm. I know where the body was disposed, but I wasn't there in person. Because she kept changing her story, the detective knew she was most likely lying about not being there. She brought them to Greg's farm in Missouri and pretended to be confused and not knowing where she was because they sold the house, but then changed her mind again and pointed out where Mitch Kemp's body was. They found the body, and he was shot 6 times in the chest. So now they have a body to prosecute a murder with. Greg confessed to the murder, but made a deal with prosecutors to testify against Tausha. She started dating Greg just 6 months after her divorce to Mitch, but it became horrible when Mitch wanted to take custody of their daughter. She blatantly lies about the heinous acts he did to her and their daughter, and as a result, she lured Mitch to Greg's farm, and that's where he was killed. For his testimony, Greg took a plea deal and was sentenced to 19 years in prison. In 2010, the jury found Tausha guilty, and she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Isabel had a stalker for about 4 years. His behavior mostly consisted of sending her letters and gifts, like photos of her apartment building taken from outside, or things he dug out of her trash can. She called the police multiple times, but they could never catch or identify him. About 3 weeks ago, Isabel discovered the German version of r/AskMeAnything and thought people might want to know what it's like to have a stalker. Since she barely used social media aside from Reddit and had no personal information online, she didn't think he would ever see it. Someone even asked, "Does he know you're putting him on blast on Reddit?" And she replied, "Maybe. Maybe it would make him angry. Maybe he'd be turned on." He had never been physically close to her, also probably why the police didn't do anything. The closest he'd ever come to her was when he sent a photo of herself unlocking her apartment door. It had been taken from the stairwell just above the corner where someone could crouch and go unnoticed. The week after she posted was quiet, until one day she received a letter.
except now it contained the printed out Reddit questions and her answers. There was also a letter full of hatred toward her boyfriend. You should share the spotlight since you got so much attention thanks to me. Her stalker had somehow found her Reddit thread. A few days later came a gift. Unlike before, it wasn't in her mailbox or on her car. This time, it was left inside the apartment building, right in front of her door. She made sure to open it outside. It was a big box taped shut, and when she looked inside, there were several zip ties, a roll of masking tape, a TV remote with most of the buttons ripped off, a pack of band-aids, and a framed photo of her. The picture was recent, just a few days old, and had clearly included her boyfriend, except he had been cut out. The frame was shattered, and the box was filled with glass shards, way more than what could have just fallen out of the frame. Some were even tucked inside crumpled newspapers stuffed around the contents. Isabel called the police and handed everything over, and this time they seemed more concerned and said that they would send patrol cars more often. For about a week and a half, nothing happened. Then it started again. New letters showed up in her mailbox. He wrote about how she didn't appreciate him, how she wasted his time, and how he was wrong about her being special. She stepped on her doormat and heard a crunch. Broken glass had been placed underneath it. She was in a rush to work, so she figured she'd have her boyfriend call the cops. But then she saw her car. The sides were scratched, lights smashed, windshield painted with the words, "It's time soon, miss." And he wrote her last name. Isabel ran back inside and called the police herself. They found the same phrase written on a note under the mat. Luckily, her car had a dash cam and it caught the whole thing. The footage wasn't high quality, but she gave it to the police anyway, along with older photos she'd taken of him that they had previously dismissed. Now they said they would investigate more thoroughly and increase the patrols. 2 days passed. Then, at just after 4 a.m., someone rang her doorbell. Isabel and her boyfriend hesitated, but when she got up, she saw blue lights outside and heard,
This is the police. Please open the door.
They explained that one of their downstairs neighbors, who had come home a night shift an hour earlier, heard someone else enter the building behind him. He knew about Isabel's situation and didn't want to let anyone in, but the person must have slipped through the door closed. The neighbor went into his apartment and watched through the peephole. Their stairwell lights are motion activated, so he waited. Sure enough, the lights came on again, and he saw a middle-aged man walk upstairs. Above him were only Isabel, her boyfriend, and a single mom with 3 kids, who likely wasn't getting any 3 a.m. visitors. The police came, and they found Isabel's stalker half a floor above her apartment. He should have been able to see the cop cars through the little stairwell window, but either he didn't notice or he wanted to be caught. He had a pocket knife on him and confessed to being the stalker right away. And after 4 years, they finally got him. It took a random Reddit post, a very alert neighbor, and some persistent documentation, but they caught him. He's now facing several charges, and Isabel had collected every single piece of evidence over the years. She doesn't know yet what kind of legal outcome to expect, but for now, Isabel finally has some peace.